Good evening. I'm going to call this meeting to order. We'll start with a Pledge of Allegiance, followed by an invocation from Ted Martin. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening. Please join me in prayer. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we invite you into these chambers tonight. We bring this agenda before you this evening that as topics are discussed, that good discussion is held, that be honoring and glorifying to you as those decisions are made for our community, for those that visit here, for those that work here and live as well. Father, we love you, we praise you. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen.
Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Denham. Here. Gaines.
Here.
Cooper.
Here.
Milton.
Here.
Fenton.
Here.
Whitus.
Here.
C.
Here.
Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to start off tonight with a proclamation, and I have proclaimed November 19th, 2021 as Glenn Robinson Day. Glenn, if you'll join me. A proclamation honoring Glenn Robinson for his contributions in establishing Branson as a year-round tourist destination, as well as the founding of the Grand Country Music Hall, and proclaiming November 19th, 2021 as Glenn Robinson Grand Country Day in Branson. Whereas it is recognized that Glenn Robinson bought the property that became Grand Country in 1976 and grew it into an iconic Branson business through his hard work, innovation, and forward-looking vision. And whereas Mr. Robinson had the forethought to build a complex that included an arcade, buffet, restaurant, mini golf course, retail facilities, hotel, theater, Missouri's first indoor water park, and a Branson landmark in the form of a giant banjo suspended over Highway 76. Due to his wide array of businesses within Grand Country, Mr. Robinson established his company as a year-round destination for Branson tourists, which in turn played a major role in opening up our community to welcome visitors in all seasons, including Ozark Mountain Christmas, in which he also helped found. And whereas the Grand Country Music Hall, under the leadership of MC and General Manager Mike Patrick, became one of the most visible Branson music theaters, attracting tourists to come enjoy our live shows for decades. Their weekly television program, Branson Country USA, not only reaches a total of 80 million homes, but also highlights a different Branson entertainer each week as a guest star to introduce these performers to the country. Now, therefore, I, Larry Milton, Mayor of the City of Branson, Missouri, hereby proclaim that on this day of November 19th, we celebrate the legacy of Grand Country and its founder, Glenn Robinson.
Speech, Glenn.
Glenn. Go, Glenn.
Hey guys, I know almost all of you, love all of you. I'm just overwhelmed and certainly deeply humbled to receive this tonight. I want to receive it not for Glenn, but for all those people that come and visit with us every year. Hundreds of thousands come to Grand Country each year. I want to thank all of those almost 300 employees that work with us every day of the year tirelessly to serve our guests beyond their expectation. That is our goal. I certainly want to thank my family who have the love and respect to support us all this time. I want to really say something about our community. This little Ozark Mountain village in Branson, Missouri is why I'm here. The people that live here and work here are the same people that come and visit with us year in and year out. We can have notoriety for some reason and get many first-time guests that come, but the ones that truly come each year, again and again, are people just like us. Family people, God-loving people, love our country people, and really love this community. Guys, that's most I've spoken for several years, so thank you. I get to take this. Thank you very much, everybody, thank you.
Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you, Glenn. Great way to start a meeting. We now have another special recognition. We'll have an award presentation by Gina.
Mayor's member of the board. I'd like to introduce Stephen Vanderhoof, who's going to present an award.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, council members, and public. I'm Colonel Steve Vanderhoof, a retired Army National Guard officer. But I'm here in a different capacity tonight. We have an organization that is an agency of the Department of Defense. It's called Employer Support of the Guard and Reserve. And that's so darn long that we like to abbreviate that, say ESGR in the future, so we don't have to keep saying that. I want to talk a little bit about that organization, and I'm here to make a presentation of an award to an employer that takes care of our Guard and Reserve members. And this agency is established in 1972, and I think the reason for that is because if you remember, we were stationed down Vietnam at that period, and we went from a draft to an all-volunteer force. And up until that point, the Guard and Reserve always had a waiting list for people to join because they didn't want to go on active duty. And we thought when the draft ended that we might have a problem filling those units. And so they established this deal. Our motto in the ESGR business is we all serve. And if you have a Guard or Reserve member, it's either in your family or in your employment, you'll know exactly what I mean, that when the service member goes on deployment or something, everybody, their peers has to step up and cover them. And so everybody's involved with that effort. The vision for our organization is to promote a culture in which American employers value and honor those employees that are members of the military. How do we do that? Several ways. One is we recognize outstanding support. That's what I'm here to do tonight, is to issue an award. We also increase awareness of the law and educate with both the employers and the service members. We keep them abreast of what their responsibilities are to each other so that relationship works. And the last thing, if all else fails, we resolve conflicts through mediation. So that's hardly a problem anymore. I want to talk about the awards program. We're here tonight to give an award. My cohort and I, Colonel John Hathcock is here. He used to be a member of your community, but I needed him to work in Springfield, so he moved up there to help me out. Good guy. Anyway, tonight the award is a Patriot Award. And the way it works is our service member goes to our website and nominates their employer for this award. And based on the criteria that we have there, then the award is sent to, I have an area of 18 counties in southwest Missouri that I'm responsible for. And so it comes from the printer to that area, whoever's going to give the award. and then we make arrangements to have it presented. We like to do it just like tonight. Thank you for allowing us this time to make it official and official presentation. And then we use this award, the first award, we use as the basis for our awards committee in the state of Missouri to select higher awards that are issued at the state level. So this is kind of the bottom basement that gets us the whole ball rolling. And every year we have an awards banquet where we invite employers in and recognize them with the higher awards at our banquet. I've been privileged in my area to have employers that actually have moved to the national level, just like the College of the Ozarks has been a Freedom Award winner, and several in my area have gotten that award. And I'll say Missouri always leads the pack in this. There's 54 states and territories that have a committee like we do in Missouri. And as far back as I know, we've won an award every year except the year in 06 when I was in Iraq. So we didn't get one that year. But anyway, Missouri is so, the employers are so patriotic that we don't have any problem recognizing them and get them to the national level. So that's very impressive. One of the things we do when service members get ready to leave the service before retirement, before they're vested, we ask them, we do a survey and we ask them, why did you leave the military? And the number one reason is, I always thought it would be the family problems or conflicts with the family. It ends up being a conflict with their civilian employer. So it's very important that we recognize the employers are doing a great job in preventing that from happening and keeping these soldiers and service members and sailors and Marines engaged in both careers, their civilian career and their military career. I will share with you as taxpayers why it's important to me as to have Guard and Reserve members is that it costs us 1/7 of the amount of money to have a Guard or Reserve member fully trained and equipped to do the job as it does to have him on active duty for all the period of time that they don't serve. So it's a great bargain for us. I want to explain a little bit about how the system works. If you'll remember, years ago, the Guard and Reserve was considered a strategic reserve. And I was in those days too. And the strategic reserve means, I tell everybody this way I recognize it is, we took all the dance lessons, but we never went to the prom. And so the active Army they dump all their worn out equipment on us, so we never had the right equipment to do the job. And so after 9/11, if you'll remember, we started activating Guard and Reserve members, and they didn't have the right equipment, and they didn't have the training. We took Guard units and their tanks and everything out to the National Training Site in California, and it took them a year to qualify to go on a mission. So they decided they have to do things differently. So that's when they went from a strategic reserve to a ready force. And we plug and play those units now. It makes no difference to the military whether they've got a Guard or Reserve unit or whether they've got an active duty unit. And being on active duty as a commander, I would much rather have a Guard or Reserve member unit working for me than active duty, but that's just the way, because they bring so many more resources from their civilian work, you know, it's a great deal. Anyway, it's, I usually like to tell a little joke now if I can have the time. There was a guy that radio reporter was asking this gentleman, he said, "Sir, I understand you and your wife have been married for 50 years. He said, "Is that correct?" And he said, "Yes, it is." And the reporter said, "Well, would you mind sharing with our listening audience the secret of the longevity of your marriage?" And he said, "I'd be glad to." He said, "You know, it's a lot of little things." But he said the most important thing was on our 25th wedding anniversary, I took her to Hawaii to celebrate. And on our 50th, I went back and got her. So, and I tell that joke because you know this. If you have a Guard or Reserve member, you're in a marriage with them because you have to give and take, and they have to give and take so that you make that relationship work. So, but anyway, that's the fun part of the deal. So now I'm going to do the official presentation, and I would like the recipient of this award to please come forward. Would Fire Chief Ted Martin please come forward, please? And Ted informed me that when he attended one of what we call a boss lift, where we take employers to a military site so they can see what their employees do when they're on active duty and doing the training. So at this point, I'd like to read the citation to you. It says, "The Office of the Secretary of Defense, Employer Support of the Guard and Reserve recognizes Ted Martin, Branson Fire Rescue, as a patriotic employer for contributing to the national security and protecting liberty and freedom by supporting employee participation in America's National Guard and Reserve Force. Chief, congratulations.
Ribs.
Well, thank you very much for allowing us the time to make us a great presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Congratulations, Patty. Before we move on to the public comment section, I would like to share, I'm going to change the decorum rules. As you know, our meetings have been running very long. We get towards the end of the year, and we have a lot of city business to do and short meetings to do that. So what I'm going to ask is, for our public comment sections moving forward, I want to limit the topics of things that have to do with specifically the city of Branson, and as importantly, reserve the topics for things that this board has jurisdiction over. It's in the spirit of just respecting everybody's time, and I'd appreciate that. So thank you. So at this time, I'll open up the public comment section for the Board of Aldermen meeting. At this time, the board will hear the citizens who have signed up in the order they are listed. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers?
Our first speaker is Doug Clark, speaking on Supreme Court rulings.
Well, some of the stuff I have connected here is definitely has an impact on the city and the community of Branson, because we all have been affected financially by the COVID thing over the last year and a half. And a couple of things I wanted to start out with here before I get to the real meat of this issue, mainly the vaccine thing that they're trying to incorporate into the schools for 5 to 11 years old. And they're trying to also do from 6 months on down for infants, okay? So we have been told over the last year by a couple of well, at least the first one here is Jacobs and Morris, Massachusetts. And this was about mandating a vaccine in Connecticut. And what it was, this gentleman did not want to get vaccinated because he and his son both had adverse reactions to the smallpox vaccine. So this worked its way up to the court in Connecticut, I believe. I can't really see here, but I believe it's Connecticut. But the whole thing is that they ruled that he was guilty of not complying with the local rule. However, the local rule is he just got fined $5 because he didn't comply. That's what they failed to mention in the media on this one here. I mean, it's like it's a book to read if you want to read it, but it's kind of monotonous.
Excuse me, Doug. We keep it to what's happening here in Branson?
Well, it is.
Or what this board has some authority on?
Okay.
Thank
You do here. If you're
Okay.
a citizen and you're a watchman on the wall and you know the treason laws and the felony laws of the United States, if you see a crime of false information or misrepresentation, it's your obligation to point it out to people so that maybe it could be corrected on the record here of what these people have been pushing down our nose for the last 16 months. So the second one is, this one's a kind of an odd one, but that was in 1903. This one's in 1934, and this was from a home builder to, it's called the Home Building Association, but it's Blaisdell, 2093, 98, 1934. Now, what this was about was controlling commerce in a local community by the use of emergency action, just like the vaccines are, okay? And they basically rule that you do not have the ability to use an emergency order to circumvent basically a person's ability to make a living. So here's what we have here. We've mandated staying at home, lockdown, mask, everything else. They're requiring people to get vaccinations. We have, 100 days before the bigger businesses get, punished. but we're not getting the truth out of any of the media. I don't know if you haven't figured this out or not yet. Have you? That's my question. Have you figured out something smells here with this whole scenario for the last year and a half? Early on last year, I gave you or mentioned a dossier that was done by a fairly reputable gentleman that laid out the criminal violations that Fauci and the upper end of the medical community and our government laid out, and they violated 6 or 7 different rules that they should be prosecuted for. They should all end up in jail, and if it goes the way it looks like it's going to go, they will be. And then what happens is because they decided to do this stuff through an emergency use authorization, okay, they're going to be made to pull the emergency use authorization for giving the excuse for being able to distribute these vaccines to everybody. They're going to lose their veil of liability if that's pulled, okay?
Doug, is there something this board can do to address that?
Okay, what I'm suggesting is if you have these people coming in here from the health department and the state, you're not getting the full information on what's taking place here. I don't know whose responsibility it is here to sort out the information that would make you mandate something or enforce a law or whatever it would be, but you can't do it unless you have all the facts. You haven't been given the facts from the word go on any of this stuff. And the first time we had the masking thing, I remember the gentleman from Cox coming down here and say they didn't have any other treatments they could do at that time that would affect keeping people
30 seconds.
Keeping people alive. It was an outright falsehood because there were people in the country at that time that were using several variations on different medications that have been around for 75, 50 years. That if they got it to the people soon enough, they wouldn't end up in the hospital and there wouldn't be any problem dying. Now, the main thing right now is the pericmyocarditis and the myomyocarditis. And one of them is the inflammation of the heart, and the other one is the inflammation of the sac around the heart. And what they're seeing now, and I want to finish this little piece here. They have kids between 18 and 24 that are having heart attacks. Their hearts are being affected. And once you have one of those 2 diseases, you have heart problems for the rest of your life. Okay, and it also affects the valves. And there's enough numbers in this stuff now that it ought to be a real issue, but they're covering up the data on this. The VAERS report has been rejecting people that, especially, pretty influential cardiologists, which I gave you a fold out on a guy by the name of McCullough, Dr. McCullough, that he did an abstract. He's not a schmo. He's telling them what he's seeing in his practice, and he's seeing the most things on heart problems with kids in that range. And this is before they decided to approve the one from 5 to 11. So he's scared that we're going to have this onslaught of child heart problems that's going to be a real issue. I mean, it's okay if it's not your kid and everybody's okay with this, but if it's somebody's kid that ends up dying, and there have been kids dying from this, and actually very astute high school athletes that just fall over dead. I mean, that's something that I would really be concerned about here.
Doug, thank you for sharing.
I don't believe anything that these people on the federal level that are telling us about any of this. And if you do a little bit of research on it, you can verify that fact that they are not producing the information that we need to make a legitimate decision.
Thank you, Doug. Madam Clerk?
Next speaker is Sherry Webster, 118 Country Bluff Drive, speaking on bill number 5840.
Good evening. At the last Board of Aldermen meeting on October 26th.
Name and address, please.
Oh, Lisa just did that. Sherry Webster, 118 Country Bluff Drive. I live in
Thank you, I missed
the
that.
subdivision Country Bluff Estates. At the last Alderman meeting on 10/26, I spoke about Bill 5840 at its first reading on July 28, 2020. This was for the rezoning of Fountains on Fall Creek adjoining the Country Bluff neighborhood. It's at 3855 Fall Creek Road. It was a zoning by way of an annexation plan of intent instead of the required legal process for rezoning. I specifically addressed the so-called justifications that the city attorney, the director of planning, and Alderman Skanes used to violate city ordinance, state statute, and case law. These 3 laws require public notice, a P&Z public hearing, and a report from the commission before aldermen can vote to approve a rezoning. Last time I documented the justifications from the city attorney, whose constant refrain was, quote, "There is no legal requirement that zoning has to go through the planning commission," end quote, despite state statute 89.070, which requires exactly that. Liebeck's second reason was that the city, quote, "runs the risk of potential litigation from the developer." The director of planning assumed that, quote, "even if we were to go through that zoning process, he was confident the zoning, which he himself had designated, would be the end result," end quote. He also held the rationale that the developer had a timeline to meet for their funding, which couldn't be met if they followed the city ordinance process, and further that the city, quote, "runs the risk of potentially losing the opportunity for affordable housing in the community." Alderman Skanes started out supporting the legal process, or so it seemed, being the city's Ordinance 94-7 requiring a P&Z hearing, so that the aldermen don't, quote, "come out looking like a snake in the grass," and that, quote, "we promised them they'd be part of the process, and we need to honor that." But then Skanes made a 180-degree turn and opted to skip the P&Z zoning because the P&Z hearing because, quote, "regardless of the avenue they take, you have to reach the same conclusion whether it goes through P&Z or us here," end quote. So the end justifies the means? Is that how the city does things now? Tonight I'm going to continue and highlight the justifications of Alderman C. and Alderman Whitus. Alderman C. wanted to know where the developer stood on his funding timeline, and further thought that since the Country Bluff neighborhood knew the plan for the site was for low-income housing, that Country Bluff would be okay with the zoning for that 10-acre section of the overall parcel. C. also was comfortable with the, quote, "option of making those other 2 lots having to go through the P&Z. Just not this lot, because that would add time, quote, the developer didn't have," end quote. Lastly, C thought that by using, quote, "the tool of the second BOA reading, giving them, the Country Bluff homeowners, the opportunity to speak, would be an acceptable way of skipping the P&Z hearing." Alderman Whitus questioned that the developer, quote, "might already have known about the annexation plan of intent and that seemed to benefit the developer." Indeed, that was true. Whitus's main comment was, quote, "if we were to kill this now, could we be taken to court?" Are these 10 justifications sufficient to circumvent City Ordinance 94-7, which in all 3 conditions of changing zoning districts require public notice and a P&Z hearing? Are they valid enough to totally ignore State Statute 89.070, which clearly states that, quote, "a legislative body shall not hold its public hearings or take action until it has received the final report of such zoning commission," end quote? Is this board waiting for a court to determine that the zoning this body made last year will also go the way of case law, Missouri v. the City of Arnold, and be deemed void, invalid, and unenforceable because as Arnold's aldermen skipped the P&Z hearing process, so did Branson? Is this body more concerned with the legal action coming from the developer than from the Country Bluff residents or its POA? Here's another question for you. Why do we not see Ed Akers and Julia King sitting up here tonight? Because we, the people, elected the candidates that ran on the platform of transparency,
30 seconds.
public service, and public servants that represent us, we the people. We elected Mayor Milton, who was the only alderman last year to vote no on the zoning by annexation, specifically because it circumvented the P&Z process. This was also the platform of Alderman Denham and Cooper last year. What will the winning platform be at next spring's election? Tonight, I reiterate yet again, where are the 4 reports that the P&Z Chairman Davis requested at his September meeting regarding the circumvention of the Planning Commission for the rezoning of 3855 Fall Creek Road? Davis specifically requested a report from Planning, Administration, Aldermen, and Legal. Despite a request, Davis would not comment on the reports at the October meeting when they were due. Is the city not obligated to address the chairman's requests? How about the requests of its residents? What is the response to the questions requested for the legal justifications for violating the 3 mentioned laws? Mr. Mayor, would you comment tonight on the status of these reports?
Actually, I would ask Alderman Denham, who I believe has been provided the information in response on those reports.
Yes, I have received nothing, no reports.
Stan, would you?
As I told Alderman Denham, there is no such thing as an administrative report. There is no such thing as a director's report. The legal portion is in the hands of the city attorney, and it would be at his level as to whether he could release that information. And it is my understanding it would require each and every alderman to waive their privileges to council. Did I say that correctly?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
May I just add something? My understanding, and we can all see things differently, but my understanding is Ms. Webster wanted an update report type of a response to her questions. I don't think just because the name of the report, there's no such thing, I feel that she's requesting response. And no, I've not received that type of response.
The response from the administrative side would be that we have no update or report regarding this matter. It's a legal issue that is in the hands of the city attorney.
Ms. Webster, I think you used the word yourself tonight. What is our response to a lawsuit from the citizens and the POA? What's our response to a lawsuit from the developer? That's the issue. And I think what the frustration is in this situation, you're asking for answers that potentially, one way or another, I don't know. Does it rise to a legal claim by the POA? Does it rise to a legal claim by the developer? That's not in our, we can't give that information. We can't hand out information that's just the keys to a lawsuit from anybody. That doesn't make sense from our standpoint. So as I see it, our hands are just kind of tied, and I know nobody ever wants to hear me say this, but I'm going to keep saying it. You've drawn conclusions that there's violations of the law and violations of the ordinance, but no judge has made that determination. I'm not aware of any attorney you've consulted that's made those allegations or sent a demand letter or anything to that effect. So I don't really know how myself, not speaking for anybody else, I just don't know how we're supposed to respond to these allegations where you're saying we violated the law, but there's been no legal conclusion drawn with respect to that. And why would we put ourselves in a position where one way or another we find ourselves in a lawsuit? And maybe that's where this goes anyways. I don't know. But I think as a board, we've got to be very cautious how this is handled. And I would just ask that you at least consider that. I understand your frustration. I'm not trying to minimize it. I just want you to understand how I'm thinking about it.
I understand. This is at least the 4th time that I've been before this body to ask these questions. And the specific questions that were asked at the Planning Commission were read out loud by Alderman Denham. And it's very clear, the city attorney refused to respond to a Sunshine Law records request and justify his actions for why he violated state statute, city ordinance, and he constantly made reference to having to honor the precedents set in Christian and Greene County and the city of Ozark and the city of Republic. Well, they have ordinances and statutes that we don't have, that Taney County and the city of Branson don't have. He refused to respond to it. He's hiding under state statutes, 610.021 and 010, which hides behind closed record information. He won't justify his actions. And if you can read English, which I just did for state statute, it's very clear. This body is not allowed to vote on a zoning until it goes before a public hearing at the P&Z. And it did not go that way, which is why Alderman Milton said, I'm not taking the heat on this. You're circumventing the process. And so we have asked you to rescind the zoning because it's very clear that it violated case law, state statute, and city ordinance. And if you have some sort of legal justification for why you violated those three, Attorney Lebec ought to be presenting that information. If he had a valid justification, he would be standing right here where I am, boasting of his great and wonderful justification. And he's not.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to respond.
Yeah, before you do, Chris, because I do want you to respond. Am I clear when we had this discussion, the responses to the 4 questions that were asked from P&Z, my understanding is we are not responding because it violated attorney-client privilege, is that correct?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, 2 things to kind of be aware of. We've already heard, and I think Alderman Fenton already kind of alluded to this. Ms. Webster here is making allusions about potential lawsuits either by her or the board at Country Bluff or the developer, okay? The information that she's asking for, that is attorney-client work product, okay? Who's the attorney? I'm the city attorney for the city of Branson. Who's the client? The client is the Branson Board of Aldermen. They have been provided legal advice, okay? That legal advice is protected by sunshine law so that we can have frank conversations about information. Furthermore, attorney work product is also protected by sunshine law, okay? I can't stand up there and make statements, Ms. Webster, without violating my ethical duties to my client. I will lose my bar license if I do so. Just let me be clear on that. My client has not given me permission to do so. That's why you're not getting an answer from me. It's not because I'm trying to circumvent the law, break the law, violate the law, or however else you want to play this out. The bottom line is I have one client. It's that board right there, and I have not been given permission to answer those questions because of the fear of litigation that has been presented to them today and on previous occasions. Unless that changes, I sit here quietly.
I'm not suggesting that we're going to submit legal action against you. The question originally was that the city did not follow the process in their ordinance or the state statute or the case law. And the question was, why didn't you follow it? Why didn't you follow it last year? All Attorney Lebec came up with was, well, in Christian County, when they get annexed into the city of Ozark, it's a matter of default. They don't have to go through the Planning Commission. Well, if you call up there and talk to them, they'll tell you that, yes, they do accept the city zoning, the city accepts the county's zoning, but then when the developer gets ready to go do something with the property, they have to get city zoning. And the way they get it is to go through a planning commission and a public hearing. So the original questions were, why did you, what was your justification for not following these 3 laws a year ago? I mean, the statements that he made at the August 11th and the September and the July 28th hearings were broad references to precedent in Christian and Greene County and the city of Ozark. Well, they have ordinances that we don't have. Why didn't the city attorney say, no, Mr. Cook, no, Mr. Culley at Lowther and Johnson, we're not going to zone this property by way of annexation plan of intent because that would be violating state statute. Why didn't the director of planning say, no, Mr. Ruda, we're not going to zone this property by annexation plan of intent because we'd be violating City Ordinance 94-7? So then the next question becomes, well, what are you waiting for to rescind this ordinance? Do you have to see legal action from a Country Bluff resident or POA to challenge you? Because the Missouri Court of Appeals clearly stated that the city of Arnold bypassed the P&Z hearing process, went ahead and zoned a property, and it was deemed invalid and unenforceable. Is that what it's going to take here? I think you two the whole board ought to be looking at, do we want to wait for some legal action? We've tried to be patient with you and ask you to do your job and do it legally. So you have an opportunity. I would think, if nothing else, you could present a bill to rescind the zoning. We've asked for that. I would think that you could ask Mr. Lebec to at least show you, if not show the public, what his rationale was 12 months ago, 15 months ago, why he didn't tell Ruda and his attorneys, no, we're not going to zone it through an annexation. Because there's a lot of understanding that zoning by annexation plan of intent was really for an involuntary zoning, and Ruda's property was zoned voluntarily. It was zoned on May the 12th. It came in following all of the annexation procedures, and it was zoned agriculture, as Section 9434 states. How does that one sentence in 9434 negate the 9407, the city ordinance, the state statute, and the case law? We've asked that question repeatedly. These are valid questions that the public have a right to know. Because otherwise, I go back to the question, what platform are you going to run on next spring? The platform of snake in the grass? The platform of 10 ways to violate city ordinances, state statutes, and case law? I think you guys have some work to do. This business of, well, we're not going to respond because, oh, it put us in legal jeopardy somehow. I think you're already there. I would think you might want to consider, how do we get out of this? And one way is to rescind the zoning and do the process correctly.
Jerry, I'm going to take this back up, and I'll report back to you.
Thank you, sir.
You bet, Jerry. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Marcia Schemmer Carlock, 113 Winged Foot Drive, Taney Hills Library.
Good evening. Just to repeat that address, 113 Wingfoot Drive, Marcia Skimper Carlock. I also get to be the Taney Hills Library Director, and that's why I'm here this evening. I wanted to thank you as Aldermen for the outside assistance that we received this past year. We were the recipients of a grant for $10,000, and for us, that's big money. That's like a month's worth of thrift store sales for us. And as many of you hopefully know, our library is not tax supported, so we do rely on the thrift store. But as far as your money, we wanted to let you know that with that, we were able to purchase 417 DVDs, family focused, and we also purchased 565 children's books. And you need to know that this really was a wise investment on your part. Of those items, we have over 70% of them that have already circulated, not once, but some of them have already gone out 8 times. And I'm thinking, Cody Fenton, have you seen the Scooby-Doo and the Panda, Kung Fu Panda DVDs? Because I have a feeling your family may have checked those out.
I imagine he's seen several times.
Okay. And of those, the message that we like to give is, you know, this isn't a one-to-one entity that we have within our library. When we have those items, it's a one-to-many. So it's not just a one-time transaction, and we want to make that known to you. We also like to point out that by supporting Taney Hills Library, you have directly helped us contribute to one of your city's priorities. And that comes from the 2030 Community Plan. And it has to do with the priority of arts, culture, and education. And that really resonates with us at the library, because when I look at that bubble chart that you have in that plan, it says service to all ages, abilities, and demographics. That's exactly what a library does. We serve everyone. We offer diverse opportunities for lifelong learning and access to informational resources and community education. We also support and encourage cultural enrichment that is accessible to all residents and visitors. So as we look at the library to 2022, we hope, our library board hopes, and encourages you, as well as our over 100 volunteers which work to keep the library open in this city. We hope that you will consider the benefits and the resources that Taney Hills Library offers the community and the many visitors that we receive. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcia. Madam Clerk?
That's all of our speakers.
Next is the consent agenda. Are there any items that any member of the audience would like to have moved down from the consent agenda to ask additional questions or make comments? Any items the board would like to move down?
Mayor, I would like to pull down items number 3 and number 8 to be removed from the consent agenda and place as the first and second items on the regular agenda.
Any others from the board? Madam Clerk, would you please read the items on the consent agenda as amended?
Your Honor, the items on the consent agenda as amended are as follows. Approve of the Board of Aldermen minutes for the October 26, 2021 regular meeting and October 28, 2021 joint meeting. Acknowledge receipt of Advisory Park Board minutes for the September 21, 2021 meeting. Final reading of Bill Number 6067, an ordinance amending the adopted 2021 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies in various funds. Final reading of Bill Number 6069, an ordinance amending the adopted 2021 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies for additional expenses in the Water Sewer 146 Capital Fund for Morris Hospitality LLC reimbursement. Final reading of Bill Number 6071, an ordinance amending PD 2005-007, known as the Branson Hills Plan Development, to remove the property located at 1601 Branson Hills Parkway and rezone the community commercial CC. Final reading of Bill Number 6072, an ordinance amending PD 2005-007, known as the Branson Hills Plan Development, to remove the properties located at 1851 Branson Hills Parkway and rezone conservation, CON. Your Honor, that concludes the reading of the consent agenda. The floor is open for a motion approving all items on the consent agenda.
We have a motion. And a second. Please vote on the consent agenda.
That motion carries 6-0. Your Honor, the next item is the final reading of Bill Number 6065. And it's, hold on. Thank you. The next item is the final reading of Bill Number 6065, an ordinance amending the adopted 2021 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies in various funds to give a 3% cost of living stipend for all full-time city employees from the American Rescue Plan Act proceeds. The floor is open for a motion to approve the final reading of Bill Number 6065.
We have a motion and a second. We'll get a staff report from Jamie.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the board. I believe the reason why this one's being pulled down is because this is the 3% stipend that we recommended at the last board meeting. But since then, we brought options before you all at the last finance committee, and we want to basically replace it with one of the other regular agenda items, which I believe is number 36. So I believe that's why it's been pulled down. So I might need a little bit of guidance. I believe that we want you to vote this one down so we can replace it with item number 36.
Any questions or comments from the members of the audience? Questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That item was defeated 0-6.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next item is the final reading of Bill Number 6073, an ordinance approving a street vacation of a portion of Birch Street and a portion of Seminole Street within the Caudale Heights subdivision, Branson, Missouri. Floor is open for a motion to approve the final reading of Bill Number 6073.
We have a motion and a second. We'll get a staff report from Joel.
Mayor, members of the board, good evening. You may have recalled during our first reading of this item that part of the agreement with the applicant was to get a 15-foot easement in place over where Birch Street was to be for our sewer and water line, basically so we can maintain it forever. So while we've been working with the applicant on that process, right now the city attorney is reviewing that, so we need just a little bit more time. So we're actually requesting for this to be postponed until the December 14th meeting.
Any questions or comments from the audience? Any questions, comments from the board?
This just means we issue a nay on this?
We're asking for it to be postponed.
Postponed.
That's a motion to postpone to December 14th.
I make that motion.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second. Do we hear from the audience or we vote? Lisa?
Hear from the audience and the board on the postponement.
Okay. Any comments or questions about the postponement from the audience? Any questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
You're voting on the postponement.
What was the
Yep.
date on that one more time?
14th.
December 14th? Yep.
That motion carried to postpone to December 14th, 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joel.
Your Honor, the next item is the final reading of Bill Number 5972, an ordinance amending Chapter 14 of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining to animals by repealing said chapter in its entirety and enacting a new chapter in lieu thereof. This bill was postponed on the final reading during the August 24th, 2021 regular meeting. It's had a motion and a second and is ready for additional discussion and then a vote.
We have a motion and a second, and we'll get a staff report from Jeff Matthews. Chief.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. We come before you tonight for the final reading of the animal ordinance. If you'll recall, a couple of weeks ago, we had a very extensive study session where you recommended multiple changes to the ordinance. We've worked in conjunction with the attorney to provide those for you, and I think he's going to explain that process now.
Yeah, what Administrator Dobbins is handing out. Good evening, Mayor, members of the board. What's before you is what's been labeled as Exhibit A. It is basically a copy of the existing animal ordinance. However, you will notice in red throughout the ordinance changes. Those are the changes that were provided to Chief Matthews and me during the last session and previous sessions. We tried to capture some of the intent of what you all had asked for. One example, just to kind of highlight one thing, is I think the fun discussion we had, Alderman Cooper, with regards to chickens. You will notice that there's no longer a limitation on the number of chickens within city limits. So what you have there is all the amendments to the bill before you, 5972, reflected in red, that we as a team with the city came up with to kind of memorialize your all's wishes. So what we would need is to, in order to get those on the floor, we would ask for somebody to make a motion to amend Bill 5972 as to the items reflected in red in Exhibit A. And then that way we can discuss those and go through them with you all and make a decision whether you all want to go forward with them. With that being said, there is one thing in there that is not captured. I had a conversation today with Alderman Fenton, and that is a very valid point, and that's timing. Because we're now at our 11th meeting regards to animals such as this cute little puppy right here, we have this as an effective date of January 1st of 2022. And I went to law school. I didn't go to mass school. I think that's about 45 days. So I think one amendment that's not reflected in this exhibit is maybe once you all make a decision on this, then make a subsequent decision on, do you want to have that date extended out? So this is not effective January 1st, but at some later date in the future. And then maybe Chief Matthews has some recommendations on that.
Mayor and members of the board, my recommendation on the extension would only relate to the pet license process, that everything else would be effective upon the mayor's signature, and the pet license would be delayed until January of 2023 to allow us to provide education to the community and get that system up and running.
Any questions, comments from anybody in the audience? What do we have?
I'll make a motion to adopt the changes in red to bill number 5972 reflected on Exhibit A. Second.
So could I have, excuse me, but the public would not know what any of those were if we don't say them and read them or something, because they would have no way of commenting on them.
We're going to put those up here in just a second and go through them, if that's okay, City Clerk Westfall, so that the public would have an opportunity to discuss and comment on them.
Well, I think what you're saying is, shouldn't we hear about it before we make a motion to adopt them, or?
Is that what you're saying, Lisa?
No, I was just saying, I was just handed this sheet of paper as you were, and the public hasn't seen this, and it's not been posted, and we haven't had that, in the motion, they would not know what you're talking about in red.
And that's, at
The
this
public
point,
hasn't seen, they don't know what your motion is in red.
if I can indulge on IT Administrator Forrester to go ahead and put that up on the big screen for us, and we can go through these.
Okay, so I have a motion, I just want to verify where I'm
I'll
at.
withdraw my motion.
So this document that we're looking at with the highlighted changes, this has not been posted for the public to see?
I thought it was a response to what we asked to be put in at the last meeting, is what I thought.
It is, and we're asking you to look at these. These are the changes. We can go through them to date. And if you want to make a motion after looking at them to adopt them into this bill, great. If you don't, great. But at the very least, what we've done as a team is tried to put these things together for your all's consideration.
Present it first.
Yeah, I think it should be read before we make that motion, is my opinion.
Then can we go ahead and present these to you, and then you all can decide?
The stuff in red?
Stuff in red. And if you don't mind, I'm going to go back up to where Mr.
I just have one comment. If the public has not had a chance to read this, and I've not had a chance to read this either, being able to make decisions that quickly on these, we don't know if everything from all the meetings have been included. That's just my comment.
Then make a decision on the bill as it stands, and we'll bring it back before you. I mean, Don't know what else to tell you at this point.
Well, the public hasn't seen this document, right?
No.
According to the clerk, it was not posted, but these are all the discussions that were captured in the last study session where you directed my staff and I to go back and make changes to the original proposed ordinance that was passed in first reading last year or so.
Sure.
Those are the changes that are highlighted, all at your direction from the last study session. Everything that you told us to do is captured in the document that you have in front of you, but you're correct. Apparently, it was not posted.
Yeah, so I appreciate what you just said, and I agree with that. But this is an issue that the public has a lot of interest in. Chief, I'll compliment you on the amount of work you put in to help educate the public. But it feels uncomfortable to be at a point now where we're going to be asked to vote and approve on something that the public, it would be ridiculous for me to ask anybody if they had any questions because they don't know what they're asking questions about.
Understood, Mayor. If I could just remind of the processes that we've been through. 3 town hall meetings where we had a little over 45 people tell us the same concerns that you have told us through the last study session. All of those concerns have been corrected based on your direction and guidance in the last study session. So although it hasn't been posted, every change that is in there came from the town hall meetings and your guidance as a board during the last study session.
Lisa, can I ask a question? Lisa, could we, in order to get these changes to the public, could we motion the changes for discussion and then postpone the ultimate vote to allow that time for it to be reviewed?
So all I
I don't understand all the
So all I
procedural.
was saying was, when you just made a motion to accept what was in red, fairly, the people listening or the public wouldn't have any idea what you were saying, what was in red. So
that's a fair point.
that's all I was commenting on, was if you want to read what's in red into the record as part of your motion, then you may do that. I was just saying there would be no way to comment on it otherwise.
So how can we get that information
You're
into
welcome.
there that way there would be some time to unpack it a little bit?
Well, you're welcome right now to read, if you want to read it in, part of your motion, you can read all the red and ask for all of it to be voted on. But that's up to the board how much they want to allow public time to review it.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I just have another comment here. On October 21st was our study session. And we've had Board of Aldermen October 26th, and we've had Board of Aldermen November 9th, and we still have not received the minutes to even look at from that study session, to even compare to see, because sometimes things get overlooked or missed. Going through what was presented on the agenda that the public was able to see, there are still typos, there's still quite a bit that hasn't been changed, and I don't feel that if we don't quite understand it and the public doesn't quite understand it, it would probably be a better idea to just maybe even put this on a study session on its own with nothing else included and go line by line, giving the public the opportunity to either be here or watch online or go back and look at the recording so that everyone does have the opportunity to see all the changes that are being made. Thank you.
Boy, I know we've had many meetings on this, but at this stage, I would feel so much more comfortable if the public knew, if we went through all of these and the public had time to comment, because once we pass this, it's going to affect so many residents. Going through this, I was looking at the document, going through and just reading verbally what's in red, I just don't think that's enough transparency for our residents. Alderman Skanes?
I'd like to have the public see this. I know we have looked at it religiously. I can almost quote this stuff, except I don't want unlimited chickens into the neighborhoods. Clay, you cannot have the chicken in that rooster. They need to look at this. 2 o'clock in the morning.
Just a simple motion to postpone until a date certain would, all
What's
you
our
would
next-
need to do.
What's our next meeting date?
And just so we might clarify, on the fees, on the appendix, January 1, 2023, so if we do put this out, we might want to show that correction or that red or whatever you want to do. And then I just want to remind you that this would go in effect immediately upon passage except for the fees. That's how this ordinance is written. And
Yeah, this is,
the next meeting is November 23rd.
Madam Clerk, could I clarify one thing? You said except for the fees. The fees are already in ordinance except for the pet license.
No, that's not correct, because this ordinance itself repeals the entire ordinance that you have in effect already. So this, it wipes out what was already there, repeals it in its entirety, and brings back new. So this will be the effective date of what you're bringing in.
alternatives other than put it on the next agenda. I think we have, what, 2 more board meetings before the end of this year?
Yes.
Any board member have a suggestion other than putting it on the next agenda?
I would just request not before Thanksgiving.
Not before Thanksgiving?
I'm traveling, so that's kind of a little personal request.
The next meeting after that is what? December what?
The 14th. And that's the last meeting we have for the year.
The 14th is the last meeting.
And we had no study session in December, and our study session in November is already for the budget.
Any interest of putting this off until January?
Your Honor, I move to put this item on the first meeting in January.
It needs to be a date certain, so somebody have a calendar on that?
It's January 11th.
So you want to make a motion?
Yes, I move to postpone this to the January 11th,
2022.
2022 meeting.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any input from anybody in the audience? You want to come to the mic and,
Chris Bohens, 114 West Long Street, Branson. I understand from experience that I can only discuss the motion to postpone. So regarding just the timeline, I have faithfully attended all the meetings on this. And as the public, I sat through your study session, so I know exactly what items are being brought forth tonight. I've actually, you can listen to the audio. And so since I've gone to the meetings, I do know. But I also know from 10 years as an alderman that motions are not, your motions for changes are not put on for the public to see because those aren't done before a meeting. So that's why those were not up for the public to see. So just that to bear in mind. I don't know if any other public is aware of your motions, but that's why you bring the motions at the meeting. So I was expecting that and that people could voice opinion on the motions because that's when they are made. Thank you.
thank you, Chris.
My name is Georgia Toops, and I just have,
Speak in the mic, please.
I have concerns over some of these ordinances and new laws because they can also be used to harass you, depending on which
Your Honor.
neighborhood you live in and what different people want to harass you for whatever
Your name and
reason.
address, ma'am. They need your name and address.
I live at 220 Garner Drive in Country Bluff Estates, And I've lived there for 19 years, almost 20. And I've never encountered what you can do with the law and take and twist to put it against you for whatever reasons.
I'm sorry, could I get your name, please?
My name is Georgia
Georgia?
Toops.
Thank you,
I live
Georgia.
in Country Bluff
Okay,
for
thank you.
19 years. And my pet, as you can see, is not out of control.
Yeah, well, Georgia, all we're doing right now is we're agreeing to postpone this to the January 11th
And I
meeting.
thank you for that, because
Okay.
it was just brought to my attention an hour ago, and other people have said they were going to speak to me too about the situation, because they're very aware of it, but nobody has. And I'm not here to harass anybody. I just don't want more laws taking away my rights.
I understand, thank you. And we will, and for the public, we will have this amendment posted on our site. Right?
The dog behaved better than my two kids did.
So Alderman Fenton says if it's not motioned in, we cannot post it on our site?
That would be up to how you want your agenda to be posted. That would be up to your city administrator.
Can it be posted somewhere other than an agenda item?
It can be posted behind your staff report.
We'll take care of it. Don't worry about it. We'll get it posted.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I follow that up? Because we have some real nice press releases, and I just seemed like that'd be a good place for it, that the mayor and board of aldermen are looking at this, and here it is.
Yeah, I agree. Hi.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor, Board of Aldermen. Nice to see you. Jody Medeiros, 215 Tyler Street. This is exciting. I tell you, after Veterans Week, I've had veterans all week. It's been great to come in here and see all of you. I know we've spoken about this before. It's great to see all the folks here tonight. I would just say this. As one person who's followed this, I have followed your process from when this started with Chris and some of the other community leaders. I would just say this. There's a sense of urgency that needs to be kept going here. This is not just another topic, let's put some stone on Tyler Street or something. We've gone through a wonderful process with these animals. And from the town halls we've attended. And so I would just say to all of you, this is, first of all, congratulations, thanks to the police department for doing a super job, to all of you for sifting through and coming up with consensus. Now is our chance to push this through for the city to do it, and it's a real feather in our cap. So I would just ask, if you are going to postpone this type of vote, let's keep the urgency going, then let's make it at the first of the year, right? And let's get it done. And that way, we can all continue together, and we can also learn the fact that we went through this process and we got it right. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Jody.
Yep.
Any other comments from the audience? Any questions, comments from the board?
You know, Mr. Mayor, this only highlights what we've said before on how we get our information out. We are very well versed ourselves at reading this and understanding, and many of the people here, Jody has, because he and I've had several conversations, but it just some reason it doesn't get out there. And you have one or two of them show up and say they haven't seen it and heard it, but it's been out there for months. I mean, Chris was working on it back when she was an alderman. And it's gone through several iterations. I don't know what the answer is outside of just consistently pounding away on Facebook and our website, and maybe we had the community meetings. It's frustrating when you hear the people say that they haven't heard anything about it, because we've made a concentrated effort. Clay, Ruth, everybody has made a concentrated effort to field telephone calls and make contact with people, but still it's not getting through. That's frustrating.
Any other questions, comments from the board? No,
That's going to
hold on.
cost you, Jody.
I can't?
We'll make an exception. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I was just going to say this. I'm all for making sure everyone in the community knows about this, but here are the people that are here tonight. We are citizens. We are residents. We care enough to come here tonight to support this. I think that should speak volumes. If there are others in the community that perhaps maybe they don't like this, well, they should be here now. This is our moment. So we're here now.
Thank you, Jody.
Yeah.
Any other questions, comments on the board? Would you reread the motion, Madam Clerk?
The motion is to postpone this item to January 11th, 2022.
I say we vote.
Is that what's up on the computer now, that motion?
Motion to postpone.
Okay, I see it. Thank you.
The motion carries 6-0.
Thank you all for showing up tonight, showing and doing your job. Thank you.
Great veteran show, Jody.
Yeah.
Excellent, excellent, thank you.
Your Honor, the next item is a presentation by Taney County Health Department.
Stan, did you want to make a staff report?
Lisa Marshall will now give a presentation on the Taney County Health Department.
Thank you. I'm Lisa Marshall, Director of the Taney County Health Department. First off, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to present tonight to you all and share a little bit about what our department does. I think we have definitely learned through 2020, 2021 were not normal years for us. We certainly learned a lot, and one of those things is that the community doesn't necessarily know everything that we do. We do far more than COVID, which I think is really important to make sure everybody understands, is that we're looking forward and planning forward at this point in time. So I wanted to start just real briefly and give a little bit of overview about public health, not in a school kind of way, I promise, but just in a kind of what do we do, what's our purpose, how we were founded, and just some of those basic things that a lot of folks ask us about, but just isn't really commonly known. So basically the purpose of public health is all about prevention. We're here to keep people healthy and safe and to prevent illness, and that is our entire purpose. There was a study in 1999 done by the CDC where they estimated that over the course of the 20th century, we saw lifespans increase by about 30 years. And so what they estimated was that out of those 30 years, 25 of those years were because of public health advances. So that's things like clean water, vaccinations, sanitation efforts. So public health really plays an important role in keeping a community healthy and safe. And of course, we know that's really incredibly important. So I want to talk a little bit about how we were founded, because a lot of times folks think that we're the same thing as either the state health department or we're part of the federal government, but actually we're a completely separate, independent entity, and a lot of folks don't know that. So we were basically the community, Taney County, they voted that they wanted a community health center, a public health center in about 1959, and so we opened our doors in 1960-ish. So that's really how we came to be. And then we function through a 5-member board. So we have a board of trustees that we report to every single month, and they make those hard decisions and vote on things. So they are elected. I think that's important that everybody understands. And we have a number of ways that we get funded. Some of those are contracts. So much like our contract with you all, we have contracts with other jurisdictions. We also contract with the state health departments to fulfill some of their work. So things like our Wic Program are contracted through the state health department. Of course, we always look for additional funding sources like grants that are very program specific. And of course, the mill tax also helps fund a portion of our work. So that's really what keeps our department going. And something that is a bit different about the Taney County Health Department is that we are nationally accredited. And so that's really very important to us. It's only held by, I think, about 200 and some health departments across the nation. So there's not a lot of health departments that are nationally accredited. And the saying goes, when you've been to one health department, you've been to one health department. They all operate just a little bit differently, and they all operate at different services. And so we hold ourselves to a higher standard is what basically that national accreditation means. It's, we've met high accreditation standards, high credentials, and we are basically standardized with health departments across the nation that function at a very high level. So that's something else that's really important to us, because what that does is it opens the doors to resources for our teams as far as education, training. It makes sure that we're at the top of our game and that we're serving our community to the best of our ability, and not staying stuck in what we've always done. We're very forward-looking. We're very much into looking at how do we always improve. That's a question we ask ourselves every single day, is how do we make this better? And so that's a big piece of who we are as a department, is continuing to look for new ways, innovative ways to serve our community and ways to do that better. So if we could go on to the first slide there. Like I said, we do far more than COVID. We have a number of teams. We typically, in a normal year, have about 38, 39 staff. Right now, we've got closer to that 50 mark, 48, 49-ish, and that's because we do have some temporary and some PRN staff that are helping out with our COVID efforts. Like I said, we're looking forward, but we still have to acknowledge that there's still work to do with COVID. So we're definitely staffed appropriately for that at the moment. So one of the things we tell people is that if you live in Taney County or you visit Taney County, we consider you one of our clients. So we are involved in far more than people realize. And so, again, our goal is to keep people healthy and safe. So we definitely have a leadership team with management. We've got our clinical team. And so with our clinical team, they do a lot of things along the lines of vaccinations, not just COVID, but childhood, adult vaccinations, things like travel vaccinations. We do things like TB skin testing. Also, we have our family planning and women's clinics, so we're able to provide low-cost cancer screenings to our community, which is a huge asset. And we have a pretty good number of individuals that come and take part in that program, which is really great that we're able to do that. Let's see, we also do things like HIV and hepatitis C testing, and so those are services that we can provide to the community at a lower cost. Then we also have our community outreach team, and they work very much in the community, building relationships, building partnerships, making sure that we're looking at forward-looking programs that we can bring to the community and help meet some of those pressing health needs. We've also got our environmental health team, which I'm sure is what you all are most familiar with. That is a team of about 7 inspectors, and we've got 1 clerk that helps them out. So we basically inspect a number of facility types throughout the county. So we inspect for food establishments to make sure that food preparation is done in a healthy and safe way. We certainly don't want to see food outbreaks happen in Taney County, and Branson especially. We also inspect for lodging facilities, massage, tattoo, pools. We also inspect for daycares. We inspect for temporary events. So whenever you have an event where maybe you've got food vendors coming in, we inspect those to make sure that we've got healthy, again, food prep coming into our events. We also do water testing. That's something a lot of folks don't know about. So if you have a well and need that tested, or stream sampling, we do that as well. We work with a lot of real estate agents on water testing and real estate transactions to make sure that folks are buying homes that have wells that are healthy and safe to drink out of. And so we also have our finance and support team. So we've got, an IT, they provide kind of those behind the scenes support, make sure we've got the technology and that we're running smoothly kind of behind the scenes. And then we've also got our Wic program, the Women's, Infants, and Children. So that's a nutrition education program where we're able to provide some food vouchers for families to purchase healthy foods. And of course, we very much are focused on getting kids started off at a young age and a healthy lifestyle, getting them eating well, making sure they're following the appropriate growth charts. And then, of course, with those food vouchers, making sure that those families have the education to know how to prepare foods healthy for their family. So the next thing that I wanted to share was just some information about, I'm going back to 2019 because I think we can all agree that 2020 and 21 were just not normal years. And so the information I pulled is actually from 2019. I'd like for you all to see just how many people we are actually serving. And this is just a snapshot of some of our main services. So we administered over 2,000 immunizations total. So that's, your childhood immunizations, your school immunizations, that's travel immunizations, adult immunizations, so things like shingles, things like measles, mumps, chickenpox, travel vaccinations. We do all of those, and we did over 2,000 in 19. And then we saw over 417 families through our family planning and women's clinic. So again, those low-cost cancer screenings and making sure that, that those folks are served through that program. So our community outreach team, like I said, they're very involved in our community, working with our local coalitions and organizations to make sure that, that we're identifying health needs, and that certainly guides what we do out in the community. So part of what we do is we have child passenger safety technicians on hand. So they basically fit car seats for folks. We've got an entire station built outside where folks can come in, bring their vehicle, bring their child in the car seat and get it fitted in their vehicle. We do have a limited number of low-cost car seats, so sometimes we'll get a call from, say, the hospital that says we've got a family that's just had a baby that doesn't have a car seat, can we send them over? And we'll fit that in their car and make sure that baby's going home safely. So we were able to provide 19 car seats at a very low cost in 19, and that's a program that we're always looking for funding and always trying to keep that going. So some of our other programs are, our community outreach team is very involved in kind of the promotion of the health department and education of what we do. So they attend a lot of community events and are always looking for opportunities to be out in the community, sharing the information, whether it be health information or information about our services, so that people can find us and get in the door if they need one of our services. And then we also have some clubs in our local schools. So we've got the Teen Outreach Program, and that focuses on education, and it's kind of character-based around risky behavior, so we can be sure that our kids are looking at how do they avoid those risky behaviors and the values that they might hold that would help them to be successful in life. So that's a program we offer in schools and the Boys and Girls Club throughout Taney County. So this piece is about our environmental health team. So our total inspections, which includes everything, was almost 2,000 inspections in 2019. That's not an uncommon number. That's pretty typical. We do see that number tends to increase a little bit every single year as we bring in more businesses, but almost 2,000 inspections, so for basically the entire county. The bulk of our work, I will say, does happen in Branson with this team, just because we do have more lodging facilities in Branson than any other county in our state. And of course, we have a number of restaurants. It's pretty substantial. So we inspected 930 food inspections, and we have a large number of pools. We inspect those twice a year. So we did 655 recreational swimming pools. 333 lodging inspections. That's something we've been working on over the last several years with you all. It's a very important program to make sure that all of those lodging facilities are getting inspected annually and that they're meeting, the health and safety codes, so we don't have any life safety issues. We inspected 35 temporary events, which was a total of 94 vendors. So that's 94 vendors that came to Taney County and were providing a food of some sort that we inspected those. And then of course we do child care inspections, so about 28 of those annually. Excuse me. 10 massage facilities, 7 tattoo, and then 185 complaints were investigated in 19. So folks can call us if they have a complaint or they feel like something happened that wasn't safe. So those range, from all the way from the chicken on the buffet was not temp to we've got bed bugs. And so we do investigate those. Individuals can call. They can also submit those on our website, and then our team investigates those to make sure that they're substantiated and that if action needs to be taken, that we get that corrected and get whatever the complaint is, make sure that facility is, again, back in compliance and healthy and safe. So of those, 102 food, 70 lodging, and then 13 recreational water complaints. So as you can see, that team is hopping around the clock. So our Women, Infant, Children program, again, is that nutrition program where we're able to provide those food vouchers and also nutrition education to get infants started out healthy in life. So we saw 21,000 WIC participants throughout 19. And that number, again, is pretty typical. It increases a little bit every year, it seems like, or at least it has been. So our WIC team is also seeing a lot of individuals every month. So that's the annual total. And then we were able to bring in over $800,000 in those WIC vouchers. So that's federal dollars that we brought in through the state that were basically spent locally in WIC participating stores. So that was given to those families so they could buy healthy food for their families. And of course, we always put education along with that to make sure they know what to do with these foods and make sure they're healthy. So that's things like your fruit and veggies, your milks, your whole grains, things that are basically a foundation, and they're going to get kids started off healthy in life so they can have healthy outcomes as adults.
Lisa, do you know what Clay just asked, what the population of Taney County is? The relationship, the percentage of people served?
So I think our population is about 55,000 with one of the American Community Survey, which is linked to the census.
Right.
Yeah, so, yeah. So that's the number of appointments that we've had. So some of those families come back, but it's still a pretty significant, it's still a pretty significant number of individuals.
So Branson's population would be about 20% of the county.
So our WIC team is also very busy seeing those families. They come back sometimes monthly, sometimes every 3 months, depending on the vouchers. And I think it was in 2020, we were able to implement the automatic card. So no longer do we have those paper vouchers. They look like a debit card that you can just swipe like a debit card pretty much. So that's definitely helped. As we've started using that, we've seen that our interest in the program has grown a little bit just because there isn't that stigma around, I've got, this paper voucher, and sometimes that's, not always seen as the most positive experience, unfortunately. So they've got cards now.
Your eligibility for that, is that the OMB poverty level or the lower level standard living?
It is income-based, and I think it's higher than poverty level.
Okay.
You do need to have a child 5 years or younger. It doesn't have to just be moms. We see a lot of dads come in, a lot of grandparents come in as well. Basically, anybody that is a guardian for a child 5 and under is eligible for that program. Okay, so I did want to talk a little bit about COVID and just what our response looked like. This was 2020 to current, so you can see our stats there. It was quite a workload, but we are very much looking forward to what's coming, beyond COVID and moving on to something that is kind of what we consider normal public health. We do still have a team that is still investigating, positive cases. We do still offer the free rapid tests at our office, so if anybody needs one of those are available to our community. And so we've got those services are still going. Like I said, we really look forward to a point in time when we don't have to talk about this. So, okay, so kind of what's next for our department. We started strategic planning in 2020, January of 2020, and that was the worst time ever. So we basically put that on hold, and we picked that up real recently, and we're in the process of finalizing our strategic plan. So we are very excited. I will just be very transparent that moving forward is going to be a bit of a rebuilding experience for us. We had to pull a hard stop lever on many of the projects that we were working on prior to COVID because of the incredible workload of COVID. And just kind of a fun fact, speaking of COVID, I had our team pull our number of phone calls because we do get a huge number of phone calls. We had over 62,000 phone calls from January 1 of 21 to current. So we get a lot of phone calls, and a lot of it's related to COVID. So, yep. So people looking for vaccinations, looking for ways to get tested, looking for information, positive cases, just kind of runs the gamut. But over 62,000 phone calls this year to present alone. So again, looking very forward to kind of rebuilding, picking up the projects that we were working on pre-COVID. And we did have a significant staff turnover in the midst of it. It was very, it was hard work, and some of our team, they just didn't feel like that was what they wanted to carry on. So we do have some new folks, which is always exciting because that's fresh eyes and helps us move forward. We're basically looking forward to what we're going to do next, and we're excited about that. Pressing health priorities, we do a community health assessment. We have pushed that to 22, so we'll start that in the spring of 2022. Of course, we would love to have your participation and feedback on that, but basically what we do every 3 to 5 years is we evaluate the health of our community. Excuse me. And that very much guides our work because we feel like we are here to serve the community and we need their input as to what they see as pressing health concerns. We'll be starting that, I think, about March 2022. We typically do a big community survey. We have some focus groups, but it's a process that we go through to identify our top 3-ish health concerns for our community. I will tell you that anecdotally, we're hearing some things that we've got an eye to. So we're very concerned about, the mental health of our community. We're also concerned about substance misuse and abuse, and then also child abuse and neglect. Those are things that we kind of hear from our community partners that are rising to the surface. And of course, those 3 are very interrelated in a lot of ways. So we're also kind of looking at what to do with this information that we're hearing kind of through the grapevine and talking with our community partners. We're also looking to grow key community partnerships. And so we realize that the time to make friends is not during the midst of an emergency. And so there are certainly, groups and sectors that we need to get more plugged in with. And so we're looking for opportunities to continue to grow our partnerships because public health, the saying used to be if a day goes by and you don't hear about public health, that means everything's going okay, and that's a good thing. And while that's true, we've learned that we also need to be better about sharing our information, and that public health really does play into so many pieces of our community that maybe are not as widely known. And so we feel like we need to be a bigger partner to our community in a lot of ways so we can help make sure our workforce and our community is healthy and safe. And then the last piece is looking at systematic approaches to health. And so we've kind of realized that the one-off approach with health is not always the most effective. And so looking for ways that we can take systematic approaches, whether it be technology or systems, so that we can be more effective. It kind of, again, goes back to that, how do we continue to do better and be better? So we're looking for larger skills to do that. So that's a big focus of us, of our team. So just a couple other things that I just wanted to kind of end with before I open to any questions. The pandemic, tough couple of years. Our team very much has a heart for serving our community. They live here, they play here. This is their home in a lot of ways. And so they very much have a heart to serve, and it's been impressive to watch over the last couple of years to see the things that they're capable of doing. And I think the most exciting thing for me is to know that they have this amazing heart for our community and looking forward to seeing what's next. So I'm sure you'll be hearing from us on kind of the things we're looking to take on, our health assessments coming up, looking for ways to partner, but that's really where our eyes are focused, is we're ready. We know COVID is still here and there's work to do with that, but we're ready to move forward and we're looking forward to that very much. So with that, I'm going to open if you have any questions for me.
Thank you, Lisa. Is there any questions or comments from the audience?
Marshall Howden, 106 Rose O'Neill. As everybody knows, the pandemic was just a nightmare in so many ways, from the response, and just everybody has an opinion on how that went, but nobody liked it, right? So I'm really excited to hear that you say that at least we kind of can see an end date on that, So my question is kind of going to be presented in a binary form, and maybe it's not, a binary yes or no, but maybe you can help me with that. Do you foresee a plan that you guys have that you are going to make an announcement, we've disbanded our COVID unit, or will it be more kind of, go away kind of gradually over time? That's kind of my question, so.
Sure. So speaking from the public health side, we don't have a COVID unit per se. I think that's probably more along the lines of our healthcare systems. We're kind of like everybody else. We don't know what's going to happen. We're just going to be real honest here. There may be other variants. We don't know. However, we do know what has happened over the last couple of years, and we certainly have learned a lot of things through that. So our goal is to make sure that we are making informed decisions off of what we know. And I will say, we are hoping that at some point, we don't need to put as much of our efforts and our team's efforts into COVID, but we don't know what's going to happen. So our whole goal is to make sure that we have systems in place so that we're not draining our team's resources trying to come up with something in the middle of it, but rather we've learned lessons, we've applied them, we're looking for systematic approaches so that we don't have to interrupt our other services is really our goal. And of course, we eventually will bring our COVID vaccines back into our offices, and we'll probably still always have somebody until the CDC tells us we don't have to investigate every single case of COVID. We'll still have someone that does that, but I'll tell you, we continue to look for ways to do that smarter so that we're using not only our time wisely, but the individuals that are ill use their time wisely. We don't want to be a burden on them as well. So that's definitely what we're looking to, and I think, just being very honest, we don't know what's going to happen, but we certainly hope that we're past the worst of it, believe me.
Thank you. Any other questions from the audience? Questions from the members of the board?
Lisa, you mentioned on the WIC vouchers, what was it, like 21,000 vouchers that come through, and the population of Taney County's 56,000. Now, obviously, those vouchers could be multiple vouchers, that's not people, that's vouchers used.
So that's our appointments. That's the number of appointments that we've had each year. So again, some families come in monthly, and that tends to happen when you've got maybe a newborn or a child that's higher risk. But some families come in every 3 months. So that was the number of appointments that we saw. So
Is that, you might have said that, but to qualify for that, is that you have to qualify financially lower income or something?
yeah, so there is a financial threshold, but it's higher than a lot of people realize. And I don't want to quote it because I know I will quote it incorrectly. But we do, if somebody's questioning if they're eligible, just call in and we'll answer that really quickly. And it's a pretty simple few questions that we ask, and we can get that answered very quickly. But it is higher than a lot of people realize. It's higher than the federal poverty level, so it is higher than that.
Would you say that compared to a lot of counties, are we a higher percentage? That's like, I hadn't done the numbers, 40% or something of the county. Where do we fall in line with that?
That's a good question, and I don't know where we rank in that, but I can certainly find out.
It seems like a lot.
Yeah, I will tell you the largest WIC clinic in Missouri is in Springfield. So we certainly are not as high a need as Springfield sees, but I don't know where we rank with the rest of our surrounding counties.
And on the child abuse things, when you get called for that, how do you guys attack that? Do you call the police and get them involved, or?
So our office, we're mandated reporters. So if we see something, we have to report it. But we don't so much get calls reporting it to us. We've more heard it through our community partners that maybe they're responding to more, calls of violence in the home or things along that line. So that's something we've heard more anecdotally that, as we've all been under more pressure, financial strains and everything that's kind of unfortunately come along with the pandemic, that there has been some increase in that people have told us about. So.
And here's something I didn't know when I went and visited, that you can get a birth certificate replacement there. I did not know that.
Yep. Vital records, birth and death certificates.
Same day.
The same, like right then.
Yeah, we're pretty efficient. So that is something that's available at a pretty low cost. We have it same day, unless there's, it's from another country or another state. Sometimes that might take a little bit longer, but, if you're a Taney County or surrounding area, Missouri especially, it's same day, low cost. So.
One last thing. On the lodging, y'all inspect those once a year?
So we do annual inspections with our lodging program, and that's part of them getting a health permit, which links to the business license process. So we inspect once a year, and then if we get complaints, we will go investigate those if they're founded. And then also if they don't pass or they need to work on something, then we'll come back for revisits. So we have some, unfortunately, that we do have to go back multiple times. But they do need to pass at least an annual inspection to get that health permit.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, sir. Since we do have this thing's being broadcast out on YouTube, it gives you a pretty good opportunity to set your policies on your your COVID shots that you have now, dates, times, and places?
Sure, sure. So are you referencing when we're giving those or
Yes,
our
ma'am.
board stance?
No.
Okay.
Just when you're giving them.
Okay.
I get, not necessarily calls, but stopped. Where can I go?
Sure. So COVID vaccines, they're widely available throughout our community. So we're big fans of get a COVID vaccine. We don't care who does it, but we do offer COVID vaccines. We have those on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and those are at the shops at the Branson Meadow currently. They're from 9 to 11, and we base our hours upon demand. So over the last couple of weeks, we've seen that there's a demand between those hours, so that's what we're doing. If we get more demand, we'll increase our hours of operations there. But we certainly can still do those in our office. I believe we are offering Moderna this week and next week. So those are things that we're looking to.
1,000 questions, but we won't get out of here till 2 o'clock in the morning. The issue of a booster, are you offering the booster?
That is what we're offering right now.
Okay, but
Yep.
not the Pfizer, just Moderna?
So this week we have Moderna, and next week we'll have Moderna, and then I believe we're shifting back to Pfizer. It gets kind of challenging because people in our community, they've received Pfizer, they've received Moderna, some have received the Johnson & Johnson product, and so we try to offer kind of what we see the need is at the moment and what the demand is.
Thank you, and thank you for what you all do.
Thank you. All right.
Any other questions?
Lisa, I just want to commend you and your staff. I can go back 20-some years when my two children got their vaccinations through the Taney County Health Department. So, and just dealing with you through my business too, seeing what you guys do for the event permits, checking the food establishments. I mean, I just got a great admiration for you and your staff, and thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
And Lisa, I just wanted to comment real quick that I know Alderman Denham, Alderman Cooper, and myself toured your facility. You took us around. All three of us walked out of there just shaking our head, having no idea of the amount of services you provide our county. I'm very, very impressed.
Thank you. And we'll see
Did you
Alderman
get your-
Fenton tomorrow.
Did you get your distemper shot while you were there?
Yeah. We do
That
more
was
than
Alderman's
COVID.
Any other questions from the board? Lisa,
Thank
thank
you.
you so much.
Your Honor, the next item is,
Oh,
sorry.
We're going to take a short 6-minute break.
Rib break. been here for the. It was a mess, wasn't it? Of course, you living it there. Huh? It was something. It was something. I mean, really, really. Because it was originally designed.
We don't mind. Yeah.
By Branson.
No, as soon as Cody Fischler gets back.
Call this meeting back to order.
Order in the court.
Madam Clerk, I believe we're on item 11.
Your Honor, the next item is a presentation by Faith Community Health.
We'll begin a staff report from Stan Dobbins. It'll probably sound something like.
This is Heather Burney, and she is here to give us a report on Faith Community Health. And I'm going to say one of the first and nicest people I have ever met when I came to the city of Branson.
Oh, thank you, Stan. I can go.
Flattery will get you everywhere.
That just made my day. Thank you so very much. So, can
Heather,
I advance my own slides?
You can, yeah, just
Okay.
the down button.
This one?
Yeah. mhm.
Okay.
Heather, would you
There
pull the
you go.
mic just a little bit?
Thank you. Oh, yes,
Thank you.
sorry. I'm not as tall as everyone else. So, well, thank you again, Mayor. Appreciate you and the Board of Aldermen and everyone here for taking the time to allow us to speak. I have Annie McGregor and Michelle Dean here, and I also have one of our board members, Lisa Marshall, in case I get out of line. So they're here to help keep me on track as I'm talking about Faith Community Health and what we do. And the mayor had invited us to come to describe, our place in the community and who we serve. Much like the health department, we kind of fly under the radar. We often say people don't know about us until they need us. And we probably should do a better job of telling our story. And so that's what I'm going to give you a really brief snapshot of doing. So I am a pharmacist. I am a founding board member here for the Faith Community Health Clinic. I also teach for UMKC School of Pharmacy at MSU. So Faith Community Health serves as my practice site where I have students there. I also have students in the classroom too. So that's why I like to do my own slides. So Faith Community Health, we opened in March of 2010. So we've been around for over a decade now. We're very proud of that. And the reason we came together was because we had a group of citizens that recognized that those working in our community and serving the city of Branson and the industries outside of our area weren't healthy and they weren't taking care of themselves. And a lot of the reason for that was because they were uninsured. And so we said, we as a community need to step up. And so we put together Faith Community Health Clinic in order to do that. So we're a primary care clinic with multiple layers, which we'll kind of talk through here in a minute. So we really do believe in whole person care. We really talk about filling the gap for those who are medically underserved. And when we talk about that, we talk about those uninsured people or even those who are underinsured. So say they make an amount that is above qualifying for Medicaid, but they don't make enough to qualify for ACA insurance, and that's a big gap that truly does happen. Or sometimes they get ACA insurance, but the deductible is significantly higher than what they could possibly meet in a year, and then they still let those primary care needs go. So more information about what we know about those that are medically underserved. It really does speak to those that are uninsured. It is an astronomical number. When we look at non-elderly uninsured, so people that don't qualify for Medicare, they're not over 65, in 2019, it's a pretty significant amount of those that are less than 200% is about 31%, and 28% are between that 200 and 400% federal poverty limit. I think an interesting statistic here is that in 2020, 76% of the non-elderly uninsured had at least one full-time worker in their family. That's who we take care of. We're taking care of that workforce in our area that are uninsured. A newer acronym that I introduced Mayor Milton and Mr. Fenton to was called ALICE. And so it's not that TV show from the 70s. or 80s, whenever that was. It's actually, Alice is asset limited, income constrained, employed. And so this metric really does better describe who we take care of and who we serve for Faith Community Health as well as other entities. It's a kind of a new way of understanding beyond the federal poverty limit and talks about the struggles of households that earn above that federal poverty level, but not enough to afford the bare bones household budget. So oftentimes the cost of living obviously can outpace what people earn. And so those most basic needs are often taken care of. But when something comes along, like a medical expense, prescription medications, a car breakdown, that really sends people upended and topples them over. And although Missouri is not a participant directly in this new metric yet, by using labor statistics and demographic data, we estimate that about 30% of the households in Taney County and 31% in Stone County, so in our area, do qualify. When you look closer at the people that we serve at Faith Community Health, we serve about 1,600 active patients, meaning those patients have come in the past year, 1,600 people. And of those people, 46% fall below the federal poverty limit. And if you add in those that are under that ALICE threshold, it's 87%. And so a lot of people are just barely over that ALICE threshold. So that is the people we are serving. And again, they're working and they're making money, but they still need our help and especially not to topple over that edge. What happens if you don't have insurance? There are some bad consequences, obviously. People are less likely to receive preventative care for major health conditions and chronic diseases. It's not necessarily that they don't want to go to the doctor to get their diabetes checked out or that foot exam done to make sure that they don't have neuropathy. They just don't do it because they can't afford it. And we've had to cut off far too many toes and legs and feet that shouldn't have happened. They're more likely to be hospitalized for avoidable health problems, and they're sicker when they go in the hospital. They postpone or don't get needed medications due to the cost of it, and they're less likely to obtain follow-up care. So they may go to the hospital, they may go to the specialist, and what we see all the time, follow up with your PCP, follow up with your PCP. They don't have one, and they don't do it, and so those problems continue to escalate. What we seek to do at Faith Community Health is contribute to the triple aim. We want to improve overall health care, and how we do that is the chronic disease management that we do, patient education as well, providing access to medications to keep people healthy. We also focus on patient-centered primary care. We want continuity of care. We are their medical home. We are the clinic that those people go to. When they come there, they see me or somebody else over and over and over again for years and years and years. And so that's what it is. It's patient-centered. I know our patients. I know what it makes to make them tick. The other thing that we want to do, obviously, is reduce costs to our patients, make it affordable for them to stay healthy. One of my big shticks is always, why do we make it hard for people to stay healthy? That's ridiculous. We need to make it easier for people to stay healthy and have some skin in the game. They're the ones that have to take the medicine and check their blood sugar. It's not me doing it, so I'm not making it easy on them. But let me give them the tools to do that, and that's our goal there too. One of the fairly unique models that we have developed over the past couple years to, again, try to improve this triple aim and improve the costs is Faith Care. It's a program that we utilize that Michelle has been very successful in educating a lot of businesses in our community about, but it's where the employer partners with us and shares in the cost of that employee's health. So that employee can come to Faith Community Health for a $10 medical visit and be seen. And I don't know how many patients that have come through Faith Care have not been to the doctor in 10, 15, 20 years, knowing that they have issues. And so it's just a wonderful foray. It really demonstrates the care of our community and our employees for their employees and their workforce here. They care about their health, and therefore those people stay healthy, develop loyalty to that employer as well, and are there to help their family, serve their family. one thing that we always say, if mama doesn't feel good, nobody feels good. So we want mama to feel good all the time. So one of the ways that we really focus on, again, is team-based care. We're a small clinic. There are not a whole lot of us, and so it's all hands on deck for everything that we do, what we utilize. So patients may leave the clinic with those medications in hand before they leave the clinic. They've gotten disease management education. We've talked to them about nutrition. We've done the diabetic foot exam. Let's maximize your time. I don't have time to come back for a second appointment. I don't have time to go get medicines, and I know where to get them. And so let's make it easy for people. Let's remove those hurdles as well. And the reason we do that is through team-based care. One of the big reasons why this works well and why we see that it's a good thing for the future is there is an estimated physician shortage in the primary care setting. So team-based care is the model. I will say, as an academician, this model of care happens. It happens in big cities, it happens in universities, and the cool thing is it's happening in Branson with people that we care about, our neighbors in our community as well. So this kind of just really is going to be very surface, but kind of talks about some of the patient care services that we provide in a very high level, of course. One of the big things that we do, again, is medical. We're a primary care clinic, so serving those primary care needs. We utilize a synchronized visit model, which helps us with that team-based care. We try to obtain point-of-care lab tests to help reduce time to treat. Again, let's maximize that patient's ability while they're in that clinic. Disease management education, huge. So I don't want to just tell you that your diabetes is doing okay. I want you to tell me why it's okay. What's your goal supposed to be? And you help educate me, and then therefore, everybody's on board. If you want to bring your family member back, let's talk. We do this a lot through partnership with entities. We can't do it all ourselves. We've partnered with MU Extension. We partner with the health department. We partner with anyone who will partner with us to help provide this for our patients as well. Other things that we do provide are mental health services. We were just talking about this, seen quite a need and a spike because of COVID, honestly, because of the stressors on our economy and the jobs in our economy. We've seen a big need for this. We do provide mental health care services within our clinic, inside it, as well as referring out when there are things that need to be referred out. We also partner for vision with Ozark Family Vision, who've been a huge and amazing, wonderful partner with us for so many years. And we also, with our faith care program, partner with Pearl Vision, partner with Branson West Walmart as well to try to make sure we meet those vision needs, because those are things that people come in and they've had the same pair of glasses for a decade, and they are, having headaches and whatnot. So that's a low-hanging fruit. Let's fix that. Big thing that I, of course, want to talk about is the growth of our medication office. So it's not a pharmacy. We are basically a very robust medication offices that serves the patient of Faith Community Health. So patients have to qualify for those access to those medications. Patients will pay a $10 per month administration fee to utilize our medication office. Our average patient takes 6 to 7 medications per month. So I don't care if you're taking the most expensive biologic that's on all the commercials, or you're taking generic lisinopril, all of those things, it's a $10 administrative fee. It has nothing to do with the cost of that. What we have seen in the past 5 years is a 50% growth in that place. We've nearly doubled the volume of medications that we've provided. We're at a point now where we're providing about 100 prescriptions per day, which is kind of almost like a small pharmacy, but we are really a medication office. We do not dispense any controlled substances either. This is all maintenance medications or medications for acute conditions as well. So we're very proud of that, and what we can see is beyond that. One of the things that we are really looking at doing due to some recent changes in Missouri legislature, allowing for a Class Q charitable pharmacy, They have been very generous, the Missouri Board of Pharmacy. They've come down to Branson, they've talked to us, they've been in our clinic, they've looked at our model, and then they created legislation that's going to let us do this for people outside the walls of Faith Community Health, which is huge. So for us, so we're working right now very hard on getting that right and getting the funding right for that, so we can help expand those services and provide medications to people who are seen by other providers as well. So exciting growth there. I really do feel like our growth in that medication office has a lot to do with the fact that people are paying $10. So if you can pay $10, I think you can be adherent to your medication. You're not going to be like, how am I going to come up with $1,500 next month, right? So huge benefit there. Community health workers, we recognize that this is one piece of a person's health puzzle. So if you can't get access to healthy food, if you can't get access to good housing or transportation, we need to link you to someone. And so we have invested in a community health worker within our clinic. That's another goal that we have for the future as well. We partner with every nonprofit, again, that we can. We've become a partner with the Unite Us platform that partners other nonprofits in our area. We're an early adopter of that. We want to be that referral source. So we can fit this one piece of the cog for that patient to be healthy. So how do we help you be healthy all around there too? So again, we want to help complete that puzzle, and the way we do that is through the generosity of the city and other organizations, the support, the funding that we've gotten through the city's emergency funds in the past to help us with has been just honestly tremendous. The return on investment is astronomical for these things. It's estimated that there's a 6-to-1 ROI. 6-to-1 ROI on if investing simply in medications to help keep people healthy, out of the hospital, avoiding emergency room visits and whatnot. So pretty amazing stuff, and that was super quick. That's the way I like to talk. So I would happy to entertain any questions, clarifications, or anything.
Heather, thank you so much. Are there any questions from anybody in the audience? Any questions from members of the board?
Just a statement, because I've served on your board before, and I would greatly appreciate, Ruth and I were talking about it a little earlier, when my daughter came down with lupus, it was y'all's department and the health department that would serve her, because Cox of St. John's would not. She was too young at the time. Part of the issue that we talked about for a very long period of time was reaching out to employers within the community and getting them involved with it. How has that outreach gone? Because you guys were very aggressive there for a while.
Yeah, that has been huge for us because what we noticed was, we started and we said, this is the people that we need to serve. These are the people we want to reach. They're working and they're uninsured. We weren't doing a very good job of it until we really came up with a model called Faith Care, and I'm going to point over here to Michelle. And so, ta-da! So Faith Care has really been an entryway for employers to get involved on a very economical level. In order to help support the health of their employee, primary care support of their employee. So we can provide those primary care services for patients and again, introduce them into the healthcare system. So that has been growing steadily. Obviously, COVID, surprisingly, it wasn't a horrible dip. In fact, we kind of still grew then, but we're still growing and can see a bright future with that as well.
Heather, first of all, and Lisa, I know I haven't done my tour, that's tomorrow, but the three of you guys, I was down visiting a month or two ago. You guys are rock stars, and what you do for our community is such a blessing. Lisa, I know I'm going to say the same thing after I come down and see you tomorrow, but truly, what you guys are doing is just amazing. You mentioned, and I know you guys offer a lot of services, and we saw that up there. Can you just go back and stress the medication side? I think, I shared with you when I was down, my wife's type 1 diabetic. I think she gets 2 vials of insulin a month, and fortunately we have good health insurance, and so, we're able to offset that cost. But I know without that insurance, we're talking $500-600, little bitty glass bottle of insulin that, basically life or death for her. And I don't want to misrepresent what you guys are doing, but those prescriptions, the insulin, whatever prescriptions, $10.
Yeah, so it's $10 a month. We work with organizations that work specifically with charitable clinics and charitable pharmacies to provide us with a huge supply of and a regular formulary of generic medications as well as brand name medications. So we are able to supply the insulins, the inhalers, the biologics, the hepatitis C medications that are literally $80,000 medications. It's pretty incredible. And when you do talk about patients like that we see are complex, I tell my students, patients don't come in with one condition. Nobody comes in with just hypertension. You have a lot of other issues that we've got to attack there. And so there's never any one medication that someone's on. And a lot of times it does take a few medications for someone to be healthy. And as well as for someone with diabetes, I'm also going to ask you to check your blood sugar. So I'm going to have to have a blood sugar device and test strips.
Yeah, absolutely.
Those are expensive. And so,
No doubt.
yeah. So we are going to give that to you. And I tell my patients, I'm not going to run out of those for you. I'm not going to run out of the little things to prick your finger, because what happens is people are so used to scraping by that they reuse those darn things and they reuse needles. And I don't know how many times we've had to have that conversation. But, all of us are, skimp when we have to. And oftentimes, the people that we serve are the working adults. They're the parents in their family. They're taking care of their kids. They're taking care of their parents. Their health comes last. And we don't want it to come last anymore. So we want to push that person front and center and make them recognize if you can't take care of yourself, you're not taking care of them either.
Again, I appreciate you coming down and sharing it with all of us, and thank you to all you guys. Appreciate what you do.
We became partners, when was it, Michelle? Early summer? Yeah. And first of all, Michelle is aggressive.
Yeah.
Right?
She doesn't look like it, but.
No, she's a little tiger, man. And of course, I've known Michelle for a while because our boys are friends and they go to school together and stuff. But when she approached us, I've driven by that place for years and I didn't know. I didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
And she said, let me come give a presentation to your employees. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll try to gather them up. And I don't know, we had 30 maybe show up. I have about 90 employees. And when I told them all about it, I got, man. So about 30 showed up, and then they went and told the others, and like, what? $10, this and this and that? But and it's an added cost to me as the employer, but I look at it as an investment in my staff. And they are so happy with this plan. Because a lot of these are people that they don't get annual checkups. They don't go to the doctor for a cold or this and this and that. But we've been very pleased being a part of the, Faith Care. My employees love it. The added cost to us is worth it, and I just think it's awesome. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Thanks for being a partner. Yay.
Heather, I know that when Alderman Fenton and I went down and we got the grand tour, again, similar to Taney County Health, my eyes were opened wide. Had no idea of all the services you touch. I believe I also want to comment, you said that for every dollar, you're able to maximize the dollar. So for every dollar you receive, you're able to turn that into?
Huge, yeah, 6-to-1 ROI is honestly pretty conservative, I would say. We're trying to do some estimates on the amount of medications, but that, it's just hard to quantify. But it's basically a 6-to-1 ROI. Yeah, one of the things that I think you and I talked about, it's kind of like when, Cam says, it's better if you bring us $1 than a can of food, because we can just blow that up. And similar thing with Faith Community Health, because of our resources and our partnerships. We're members of a national association of free and charitable clinics. Just resources are tremendous for us to maximize care for patients. I just literally scratched the surface tonight, and even with you all. We love to partner with our community and our city. we are always willing to bend and fill those gaps and fill those needs and, you know, we do it fluidly because we see it. But if there's ever anything that you all see that we need to do and step up to do, you know, that's our mission. That's why we live to serve.
Well, I left your facility with my heart filled up, for sure. Very appreciative for what you do for our community.
Thank you so much.
Is Steve still down there with you all?
No, he's retired. Did you know
He's
that?
not.
I know. Not anymore. He's still around. You can bug him. So.
Heather, thank you very, very much.
Thank you
Appreciate
so much.
you.
Thank you all.
The next item is a presentation of the third quarter 2021 financials for the city of Branson.
Your name and address, please.
I pretty much live here,
Okay.
so. You want me to go ahead?
We'll start with the staff report from Jamie.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the board. We're going to do the third quarter financial presentation tonight, and this is as of September 30th, and this is just a financial picture of what's going on. This is all governmental funds, and so we did a comparison from 2021 to 2020 for you all to see. You can see that 2021, our revenues are at $69.6 million. This is governmental funds, and our expenditures at 46. So that's a good picture right there. And then if you look at the 2020 view of it, wasn't so much. Okay. So then you have your general fund categories. And here's your general fund. These are the main categories in your general fund for your general fund revenues. Your licenses and permits increased by $153,302 from 2020 and decreased $94,000 from 2019. Your courts receipts decreased $24,54 from 2020 and decreased further $39,844 from 2019. Leases and rents, the majority of this category is the West 76 leases there. So what I want to show you there is that we increased by $338,770 2020 from 2020, and we decreased about $16,512 from 2019. A lot of those leases are based on a percent of sales, and so you understand that 2020 was down quite a bit as well. And then the charges for services, that's made up of a category in the budget, and then that's just basically divided by 12 in straight line. And then here is the general fund revenue and expenses. We include the transfer ins and the transfer outs in here. And so your revenues increased by $3.5 million from 2020. $3.1 million of that came from the tax increases. And your expenditures decreased by $25,659 from 2020. Okay, here's a look at your gross sales tax. So this is the sales tax. This is the categories for your tax: general fund, tourism, transportation, and public safety. Just as a reminder, general fund is 1%. The tourism is the 4% and the 0.5% for foods. Your transportation is 0.5 cent, and then your public safety is 0.5 cent. So your general fund sales tax ended the third quarter up 42.3% compared to 2020. And I will tell you, we are even up about 16.4% from 2019. So that's a good picture. And then you've got your tourism tax. We ended up 113.1% from 2020. And also it's about 33.9% up from 2019. Transportation tax, and that pretty much mirrors the way the general fund sales tax comes in, but your transportation tax ended up at 42.7% from 2020 and roughly 16% from 2019, the same with the public safety tax. And again, that's as of the end of September. So this is a picture, we like to give this picture because this is net of the TIF. So if you take the TIF districts out, how are the rest of the city, how is it doing based on your sales tax? So the general fund sales tax net of TIF is about 2.4 million more than 2020, which is about a 44.2% increase. So what I would say to that is actually the rest of the city of Branson is doing a little bit better than the TIF districts did, if you look at it that way. Okay, that's what the picture shows. And then your net tourism revenues are about 5.8 million more than your 2020. And that is your net, your sales tax, your net of your TIF.
Jamie,
Yes, sir.
on the tourism fund, through the end of September, it has generated 11 million in revenue. And 25% goes to marketing. What figure, I was asked recently in a meeting, how much we've budgeted for the chamber CVB for this year?
For the 21 or 22? For 22 budget or for the 21 budget?
Do you have both?
Yes, in the top of my head. We did 1.5 million for 21, and then we did about 1.9 million as far as the marketing goes for 22. Keep in mind, when we did the budget for 21, we were still in those COVID uncertain, and so we did 1.5. That's where the rollover comes into play. We also did in 2020 down about 33.4% for the tourism tax. So we do have, even though we are trending good here, we still have that gap to make up. So again, it's 1.5 million and change for the 21 budget, and 1.9 million and change is what we're assuming for the 2022.
So it just seems like there's marketing dollars that we're not passing through.
Well, some went to the convention center.
Yeah, so 500,000 of that goes to the convention center. We also have a $125,000 contingency. We also have to keep $125,000 in reserve there, and that's where that rollover comes into play.
Okay.
So, right, because we ended last year down so much that the rollover that we would have assumed this year would be coming from the audited figures of 2020. So what will happen is when we do that rollover assumption next year, most likely there will be rollover left because we assumed quite a bit lower than what we're actually getting. And we did that all across the board, not just for our tourism dollars, because it was such an unknown. Does that make sense?
Sure, sure. So the CVB, they're using a figure, we provided them a figure of
Yes, sir.
1.9 to use for their 2022 budget.
2022, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, and here's a look at your public safety. We split this up so that you can see the subsidy versus the actual tax dollars. So your revenues are about 5.1 million, and this, that is excluding your subsidy, and then your subsidy is about 4.4 million at this stage for 2021. And you can see 2020, we try to do that so that you can track the actual taxes versus the subsidy that's coming in from the general fund. Is there any questions on that one real quick? No? Okay. This is another look at your tourism, and this is including your transfer ins and outs. Your revenues and your transfer ins are 7 million more than 2020. And your expenditures and your transfer outs are about 1.5 million more than 2020. Tourism tax, as we said, is about 113% up. Doing good. We still have that little gap to make up, but once the year comes into play, once the end of the year and the Christmas season comes in, we'll be able to take another look at that. And then here's your Parks and Rec Fund. And we like to do the same thing so that you can separate the subsidy and see what their actual revenues are versus the subsidy that's coming in. And you can see that their actual revenues are doing quite well, and their subsidy, there as well. So their operating revenues increased by $676,000 from 2020 and about roughly $29,000 from 2019. So they do a really good job of tracking their revenues and really watching. They really get in a detailed dive of their finances out there. And again, this is your water and sewer, and this is your picture. The revenues are $1.6 million more than 2020. Your expenditures are about $88,000 more at this stage of the game. And I will report to you that your consumption is up as of this point, so that you can see that picture as well.
The consumption goes to the revenue side, right?
Yes, so when the consumption is up, that'll be more usage, and that'll be more billing, more revenue coming in. Yes, sir. I wanted to get to this slide because this was a specific request. And so the request was, I believe at a finance committee, Jamie, we want you to show us what it's going to be if you increase the subsidy by 3% annually going forward for public safety. And so that's what this slide represents. So it represents, as of 2023, taking that subsidy, instead of doing a 7.647777 flat across for all years, increasing that by a 3% growth from 2023 out to 2030. We did that, and I showed you on the next slide the government, the general fund picture as well. So I want to show you those both simultaneous so that you can see that if we start in 2023, all assumptions remaining the same that we've talked about before. So what that means is that your debt service for the anticipated police station, the debt service starts in 2023. The additional employees needed when we open a fourth fire station in 2024, those all remain the same. All of the other growth factors remain the same. What we simply did is we took the subsidy and we increased it by 3%, starting in 23, moving out to 2030. And that's a look at the public safety. And so then what you'll see is if you take a look at that, it's not sustainable, obviously, out in 2030. It still doesn't help correct the problem. So we still have work to do. We have conversations. We obviously need more revenue coming in, or looking at our programs and services and finding out what doesn't meet our needs anymore, reducing those reallocations. All of those are opportunities that we have, but this is the long-term picture. And then your general fund, you will see the same view. So at the end of 2030, it becomes about $2.3 million that you can see the gap in. And so I want to take you back to when we had those budget discussions. 2022 right now is a balanced budget, but 2023 and 2024, we've had those long-term discussions. So it's a bigger picture, but we wanted to show you what it would do to both funds here so that you could see the outcome. And that will be the end of my financial presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from the audience? Any questions, comments from the board?
Yes, sir. Your assumptions, Jamie, they are based on the current level of activity that we have, the current business, and then growing that at X%, correct? Really couldn't throw forward about any new development in Branson.
Are you referring to the last two slides?
Yeah, just the assumptions you had for public safety and general fund.
Certainly. So basically, all the assumptions that we had built in, we left in there. So at the sales tax at the 1% growth and the wages at the growth and all of those things remain the same. The only thing that we did is to take that $7.6 million subsidy that we transfer out of the general fund and give to the police. Excuse me, not police, public safety. I'm sorry about that. So the only thing that we did was we took that, and instead of keeping it flat across all of those years, we increased it on an annual basis by 3%. So instead of 7.6, I believe the next year is like 8.2, so on and so forth until you get out to 2030. And so what that does is, because we're transferring it out of the general fund,
right,
It increases the, obviously, expense of the general fund and increases the income to the public safety. So we wanted to show both sides, so you could see both sides.
What I was trying to get at, that the projections were based upon our current level of activity. Certain number of businesses that we need to be working on economic development to increase those number of businesses so that tax can continue.
Absolutely. The projections long-term are just based on a growth factor of what's happening right now. Yes, sir. So anything new would just be great, awesome blessing, and will enhance that picture.
Cake and cookie sales?
Whatever works, you know.
Any other questions from the board? Comments? Jamie, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Your Honor, the next item is a resolution adopting park user fees for the Parks and Recreation Department. The floor is open for a motion adopting the resolution.
Push that button.
We have a motion and a second, and we'll now have a staff report from Cindy.
Mr. Mayor, members of the board, this resolution adopts park user fees for 2022. The proposed fee schedule addresses increased fiscal demands to sustain the current level of service and similar subsidy from the general fund. Parks has incorporated the 2022 projected revenues and expenses into the department's fee schedule. Fee adjustments are being recommended in the following areas to maintain adequate revenue and fund maintenance and operations: Pee Wee and youth team sports, day camp, adult team fees, aquatic center private and birthday parties, pavilion rentals, gymnasium and ball field complex fees, and RV park fees. A survey has been attached that shows fees from area parks departments and campgrounds with similar amenities. Additionally, the attached fee schedule outlines the recommended 2022 fees. The Advisory Park Board voted in support and to recommend the fee changes to the Board of Aldermen for their approval. The proposed fee increases for 2022 are estimated to bring in an additional $52,650 to the Branson Parks and Recreation Department in all the areas except the campground. So the new revenue projections are based on 2021 rental and participation totals. Additionally, fee adjustments are being recommended for the Branson Lakeside RV Park for daily site and monthly site rentals. The proposed increase will allow fees to remain competitive with area campgrounds and continue to support funding improvements to the park. Recent improvements include the wireless internet upgrades, and site improvements are still planned this year. The fee increases are estimated to bring in an additional $257,437 based on 2021 occupancy totals at the RV park. Staff recommends approval of the bill. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from members in the audience? Questions or comments from the board?
Just one, Mr. Mayor. I remember the criticism that we had a few years ago that our rates were so much lower than the private campgrounds. They felt it was an unfair advantage. Are we pretty much on par now with the other private providers?
Yes, we talked about that last year when I was here, and I had recommended at that time between 8 and 10%. There was discussion if that was enough. And so campgrounds have definitely done well in the last couple of years. And so people have gotten outdoors, and so a lot of people have really had the opportunity to increase pricing. So I think it's really important that we maintain the same level, and we talked about that a couple of months ago at the study session. So, I mean, this is, I feel, really in line with the other parks, and we've done some deep analysis into that, and certainly we don't want to underprice or undercut the private sector in any way. So I think this puts us in really good position with the other parks. It's definitely a considerable increase, this fee increase. It's up to a 30% increase.
Thank you.
Any other members of the board? You ready to vote? Let's vote. Cindy, you're
That
doing a
motion
great,
carries 6 to 0.
Thank you.
thank you. Cindy, you're doing a great job. Thank you very much.
Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 6068, an ordinance amending the 2021 budget to adjust monies in various funds for capital expenditures. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6068.
We have a motion and a second. We'll get a staff report from Jamie.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the board. If you recall, we moved the money last meeting and it was on consent. So basically what we did for these capital items is we moved the money over to the funds. Now this is a budget amendment to record the expenditure and the funds that we moved them to. So really quickly for you, this is a budget amendment to cover the campground site improvements, the replacement of the soccer goals, the park snowplow, the IT intrusion detection appliance, the City Hall HVAC, and the transportation asphalt paver, and then vehicle with snowplow for Public Works. And those are all accounted for. In this budget amendment, the $483,000 that consisted of the campground improvements and the soccer goals and the IT, that gets recorded in the expense in the capital fund because we have to move that money out. Those are larger capital items. The other two, there's one for $4,000, and that is just to anticipate, those enterprise vehicles that we just named, anticipate a possible payment this year if it gets done. If it doesn't, we don't have to worry about it, but at least it's on here. We're going to try to get it done before the end of the year, but the money is already there, already moved based off of the other item that we approved on consent tonight. And then the transportation fund, also that is coming out of their internal service fund as well. So basically the money's already there. We just have to record the expense of that item right now. And we are recommending approval and happy to answer any questions if need.
Any questions from the audience? Questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 6 to 0. Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 6070, an ordinance amending the 2021 budget to adjust monies in the general fund to record expenditures related to a grant received from the Missouri Secretary of State for a new module and Laserfish software. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6070.
We have a motion and a second, and we'll get staff report from Jamie, please.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the board. This is a budget amendment, but I will say this is a grant that was applied for and received by the clerk's office for this additional module through Laserfish. And it's basically a searchable, accessible a web portal that will allow those items to be searchable by the citizens. This amount is $8,500, I believe, $8,895 to be exact. And they did receive a grant, so it's an in and an out basically, but we still have to record that expense. In addition, this will increase the operational cost by $1,600 a year.
Any questions from the audience? Questions, comments from the board? Jamie, when grants come in, what fund are they put into?
So that depends on what's applied for. So if it's a general fund item, or if it's a state or federal grant or other, we have to track those separately. But if it's a direct reimbursement that's not from the state, those will go directly to offset that expense. However, if it's from the state, the federal government, or other governments like that, we have to record them into the proper fund, but into a separate account so that it's trackable when we have that separate audit. So if it's a general fund item, it'll be general fund, separate account. If it's a public safety, it'll be the same way. They all have those separate grant accounts, and they're separated by federal, state, and other, and you'll see those. So we have to track them like that, but it just really depends on who applied for it, what it's associated with, based on what fund we apply it to.
Okay, so this one was
That'll be
put
general
into the
fund.
general fund?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions? Hearing none, let's vote.
The motion carries 6-0. Your Honor, the next item is the first reading Bill Number 6074, an ordinance approving the renewal of the contract with Sumner One for managed print services and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading Bill Number 6074.
We have a motion and a second in the staff report from Chad.
Mayor, members of the board, the following contract is for managed print services. The agreement allows Sumner One to provide support and print supplies for the city's printer fleet. Proposals were accepted and a contract was executed in 2020 with Sumner One, also known as CBS. This agreement is the first of two optional one-year renewals. The agreement cost is based on print usage, and the cost per page varies by print device. As part of this agreement, Sumner One will provide support parts and toner for all printers. The estimated annual cost is $16,000. However, the agreement includes a not-to-exceed amount of $20,000 annually, and this accounts for any fluctuations in print volume. Funds are in the proposed 2022 budget appropriations. Staff recommends approval. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions from members of the audience? Questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
Your Honor, that carried 6-0. Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 6076, an ordinance approving the renewal of the contract with DASI Integrations for Internet Information Technology Managed Network and Security Services, and authorize the mayor to execute the contract. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6076. I'm sorry, I skipped one. Let's go back. This is first reading of Bill Number 6075, an ordinance approving the renewal of the contract with ThinkSpace IT for Microsoft software licensing and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6075.
We have a motion and a second and a staff report from Chad, please.
Sorry, Board, I have 7 items this evening, so apologize for that. Mayor, Board, this is an agreement with ThinkSpace IT to enable the purchase of necessary Microsoft software licensing required by the IT department to service the city's various other departments. The city's data will be hosted in Microsoft's government cloud for increased security, provided exclusively to qualified government entities. The contract is the first of 3 optional one-year renewals. The total not-to-exceed amount on this agreement is up to $35,000. This allows staff, again, to add licensing as needed for employee fluctuations. Funds for this contract are included in the proposed 2022 budget. Staff recommends approval. I'm happy to answer any questions. Questions.
Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the board?
Yes, sir. And it goes to the issue we've discussed on an ongoing basis about security. Your confidence level with something like this versus being, not having it. Let's put it that way.
My answer is always going to be
more security.
I would like to see even more. I'd like to see some things changed. However, in terms of funding, and I think we're going in that direction. Tonight, we're purchasing a security appliance that's going to drastically enhance our security and make me sleep a little better at night. That being said, we originally went in, speaking to this contract specifically, we went in this direction because we were hosting our email and our exchange on site. This puts it into the government cloud portion of Microsoft's hosting, and so that's much, much better for a lot of reasons. Does that answer your question?
Chad, we all know the government gets hacked into every day.
I'm not saying it's perfect.
Any other questions on the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carries 6-0. Sorry. Your Honor, the next item is first reading of Bill Number 6076, an ordinance approving the renewal of the contract with DASI Integrations for information technology managed network and security services, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6076.
Waiting on a motion.
Yeah, my system just didn't show up. So I have a motion by Alderman C. and second by Alderman Denham. Sorry.
So we have a motion and a second. Any questions from the audience? Before we have questions, we would have a staff report, so you would have questions about the staff report. So let's do the staff report first.
Mayor, Board, this item is an agreement with DASI Integrations for managed network and security services for the city of Branson. DASI provides support to our IT staff for advanced network engineering tasks, as well as infrastructure-related security items. Examples of this include 24/7, 365 monitoring of our servers and network hardware, network analysis and security, enterprise storage administration, things like that. We do have quarterly business reviews with DASI Integrations to ensure that their services meet our needs and that we're aligned on specifically security topics. This agreement is the second of 3 optional renewals. The not-to-exceed amount is $55,000. I would make note that this does cover all of the city's network infrastructure, and that does include the convention center, and they are responsible to cover their portion of their cost out of their operating budget. The term is January 1st to December 31st of '22. Funds are included in the proposed 2022 budget appropriations. Staff recommends approval.
Now you've heard the staff report. Any questions now? Any questions from the board?
Just one question. The $55,000 is our prorated amount. That's what I wanted to get to the bottom of.
Right, so the city's, our portion is $28.75 per month, and the convention center pays $625 per month. There's also a gap in there, if you will, for any services outside the scope of the monthly, reoccurring things that they do for us. An example would be the security appliance we are purchasing. We're going to use their services to help implement that to make sure it's configured properly, because you can buy the best security appliance in the world, but if it's not configured properly, it's not going to do you much good. So.
Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
Okay.
That motion carries 6-0.
Mayor's going to step out for a few minutes, and I'm going to take over the meeting. On to item number 20.
Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 6076, an ordinance approving a contract with CDW Government for the purchase of computer hardware and software, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6077.
Motion was made by Cody and seconded by Jamie. We have a staff report, please.
Yes, sir, Board. This contract is with CDW Government, or CDWG, and it enables the city to purchase a variety of necessary technology items. The IT department tries to centralize the purchase approval of technology items to ensure each purchase is properly vetted, inventoried, and to make sure we're using our funds as efficiently as possible. This agreement allows us to purchase hardware and software. It also enables us to purchase network infrastructure maintenance-related items, such as maintenance on our Cisco hardware, recurring maintenance on our VMware software, things like that, annual items. This agreement does utilize a cooperative purchasing contract via the National IPA agreement, which CDWG is authorized to use. I would note that while this agreement provides the ability to make purchases utilizing that cooperative contract, staff does perform price comparisons prior to making purchases to ensure fiscal responsibility. The total not to exceed amount is $120,000. However, there is no minimum purchase amount required in this agreement. Funds are in the proposed 2022 budget appropriations. Staff recommends approval. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Anybody in the audience like to speak to this matter? Hearing none, the board like to comment?
This hardware and software, is that for like multiple computers or throughout the facility?
It's a great question. It's a plethora of things. It can be desktops, laptops. A huge portion of that, again, is for we have maintenance that we have to pay on all of our network equipment, our storage equipment. And if we don't pay that maintenance, we don't get security updates, we don't get support when we need it. At 3 a.m. when the police department's calling saying, hey, we have an issue, things like that. And so that's what this is going towards. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, but that covers whether it's 10 computers or 20 or 30. That number is there for all of that, right?
That's right.
Yeah, okay.
And should we need to go over that, which is not, it's been several years since that's happened, we would come back to you for a request for approval.
I got you.
Any other questions from any other board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That passed 6-0.
Thank you very much. Item number 21, Madam Clerk, would you read this item, please?
Your Honor, the next item is first reading of Bill number 6078, an ordinance accepting the proposal of CDW Government for the purchase of a network security appliance and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill number 6078.
Motion made by Alderman Denham and seconded by Alderman Cooper. Now we have a staff report from Chad. You're on again, buddy.
Got a few tonight, thank you. This is a contract, again, with CDW Government for the purchase of a network security appliance. This purchase is a high-priority capital request that was approved multiple years, but in the budget, but was forced to be cut for various reasons, the most recent being COVID. This purchase utilizes 2021 capital funds. I think we can all agree that what we just talked about, the security of the city's network infrastructure and data integrity are absolutely critical to our operations. So as such, the IT department, we frequently evaluate and improve all aspects of the city's technology to ensure that our services are operating in a stable and secure capacity. This security appliance specified in this contract will take the place of our current firewall, which is very outdated, and will offer additional enhanced security protection. So I'll throw out a few technical terms here, but I think it's important for the sake of properly explaining this item. This appliance will serve as a network intrusion detection and prevention solution. And essentially what that means is it has the capability to go far beyond a traditional firewall. It does this by using a combination of attack detection and prevention technologies. It also inspects all data traffic that's coming into our network, and it acts on potential threats before they reach our internal network. What also makes this solution somewhat unique in terms of how it's operating in this capacity is it is constantly going out to a network and getting updates on security related items. And so, when there's a threat that maybe no one knows about, they can push out immediately and we can take action on that threat. So as you'd imagine, these things are produced by a plethora of manufacturers, and each offer their own, flavor of features, and not all are created equal. The city advertised bids based on specifications, and we did this after performing research to identify what we felt was the best product on the market that met our current technical and security requirements. We also utilized DASI Integrations as our contract and network security engineering firm to assist us with this research. When we received bids, the lowest qualified bidder was CDWG. I do want to point out that we did have a bid that was much lower. However, that product that was specified, did not meet our specifications. The total capital cost for this contract is $142,515. This includes the security appliance, 5 years of required software and hardware maintenance, and services to assist with configuring and securing the new technology. Staff recommends approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Just a second, Clay. Let me make a note for the record. The mayor is back in the room, and I relinquish the control of the board.
So I'm in charge.
That's right.
Yeah. Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the board?
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
I mean, huh? How long is this good for? I mean, is there a certain time when you come back and go, I need another $142,000? How long is that gonna be?
Probably not long, just being candid. And I'd say that tongue in cheek, but it's expensive, and
That's we're talking about a firewall, right? I mean.
Correct. Well, it's more than a firewall, but yeah, it functions somewhat as a firewall. Yes, it's one of the functions it performs.
And Chad, did you say this figure also includes 5 years of maintenance?
That's what drives the cost way up, and every every company, not just technology out there, has migrated away from a one-time purchase model to a subscription model. The reality is, and I don't have it in front of me, the specs, but I want to say it was $18,000, $20,000 for the actual appliance. And what you're paying for is this huge list of software features and maintenance for that. And so, administration and I had a conversation and said, well, we could cut that cost down and only pay for 3 years, or we could, use the discount that we're getting and just go ahead and prepay for 5, which is the recommendation of staff.
Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
I would also let you all know that this technology costs are going to outpace our health care very shortly. And you're right, it's a lot of money, but unfortunately, the way this is going, we're kind of being put over a barrel.
And if I may, just for a moment, not to belabor the topic, but as we're speaking about this, the city's done a good job historically at investing in technology and trying to align ourselves as best we can with, the latest technology. However, it's been a few years, and so most of everything that we have, it's coming up for replacement. And so we've got some bigger ticket items that are coming up on us, and this is one of those items.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carries 6-0.
Thank you, Chad.
Your Honor, the next item is the first reading Bill number 6079, an ordinance approving the renewal of the contract with Bills Electric Incorporated for electrical maintenance and repair services and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill number 6079.
We have a motion and a second. A staff report from Keith.
Mayor, members of the board, this is for our electrical maintenance for citywide. Bids were received on October 4th, 2018 for the annual electric maintenance and repair for the city buildings and facilities. The bid included an option to renew or up to 3 additional successive one-year terms. Review and approval by the Board of Aldermen is required prior to entering into a renewal of the contract. The services contract was accepted and approved by the city administration with Bills Electric. of December 6th of 18 for a not to exceed amount of $13,900 for 2019. This is the third of the 3 optional renewals allowed in the original request for bid. With board approval for this renewal, Bills Electric agrees to hold the original contract unit pricing for the fiscal year of '22. Staff recommends the option of the third renewal with Bills Electric for the electrical maintenance and repair of city buildings and facilities for fiscal year 2022 in the amount not to exceed of $16,750. Funds for this service are projected in various departments' budgets for fiscal year 2022. Staff recommends approval, and we're glad to answer any questions.
Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 6-0. Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 6080, an ordinance approving the renewal of the contract with DH Pace Company Incorporated, DBA Overhead Door Company of Springfield for overhead door maintenance and repair services, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6080.
We have a motion and a second, and staff report from Keith.
Mayor, members of the board, one qualified bid was received on January 8th, 2020 for the annual overhead door maintenance and repair for city buildings and facilities. The advertisement for bid was advertised through the city's website and sent to 9 bidders on the bid list in the purchasing department. The contract was approved by City Council on March 24th of 2020 with an option to renew for 3 additional successive one-year terms. Renewal and approval by the Board of Aldermen is required prior to enter the renewal of the contract. Staff is exercising the option to renew the annual service contract with DH Pace Company, Inc., doing business as Overhead Door Company of Springfield for the second renewal period for the 2022 fiscal year. An estimate of $16,750 was budgeted in various departments' budget for the fiscal year 2022. Staff recommends award of the contract for DH Pace, Inc., doing business as Overhead Door Company of Springfield, not to exceed amount of $16,750. We're glad to answer any questions.
Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 6-0. Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 6081, an ordinance accepting the proposal of American Rock and Concrete LLC DBA Tri-Lakes Ready Mix for concrete supplies and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. The floor is open for a motion approving the first reading of Bill Number 6081.
Motion and a second, staff report from Keith.
The bid package for concrete supplies was posted on August 31st, 2021. All bidding requirements were followed by city code, or per city code. One sealed bid was received on September 9th, 2021 from American Rock and Concrete LLC, doing business as Tri-Lakes Ready Mix, for the purchase of concrete for the 2022 fiscal year for city projects and public works, utilities, and parks department. Staff recommends the purchase of concrete from the American Rock and Concrete LLC, doing business as Tri-Lake Ready Mix, and not to exceed amount of $25,000. Funds have been allocated in 2022 Streets Department, Utilities, and Parks Department operating budget. Staff recommends approval. We'll be glad to answer any questions.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report. Any questions from the audience? Questions, comments from the board?
Keith, does this include the rebar, or is it just the actual concrete mix?
Concrete.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 6-0.
Thank you, Keith.
Your Honor, the next item is the first reading, Bill Number 6082, an ordinance amending Article 2, Division 2 of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining to regular meetings and agendas. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6082.
We have a motion and a second, a staff report from Chris.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the board. This is a single word change to our city code. Right now, agenda items and things that go on the agenda have to be to Stan, our city administrator, 12 days prior to the meeting. We're just changing that to 6 because we have some fancy new software that y'all have been using and that we use to make that thing, the agenda happen. So staff recommends approval.
Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the board?
It just seems like this makes this more open suggestion from the board and the mayor to add items later on versus having to do it so far out in advance.
Correct. This is one of many opportunities we have to make this process more efficient. So again, one of the challenges is sometimes it takes some time to get the paperwork done and we miss that window. So that's the goal here, is to make that window a little bit more compressed because our computer box allows us to be more efficient.
Does that cut down on the number of items from 39 down into the 20s maybe? I'm working on it.
That's Chad's fault.
Okay.
Motion carries.
Any other questions from the board?
Your Honor, may I comment?
Yes.
I just think one of the concerns that we have to be aware of is that the deadline on these items, even though they're pushed out and the computer does it, that if we want to post and be transparent for our public, we need to be aware of that also. And so we just need to make sure that even though this pushes out, it does make shorter time for production of the agenda items and to get them posted for the public and for you to read ahead of time.
So are you thinking that we may run into instances where this wouldn't be posted on Thursdays for the public?
It didn't make it this week. I just want to be aware that when items run behind and we can't get the agenda posted, it's because we are pushing up against deadlines and we're turning them as fast as we can.
Yikes.
Basically, with the technology, we can now go down to the 6 days, but what Lisa's trying to say, and I'm going to say it a little more bluntly, is that I have done my best to try to get things there. 6 days is the drop-dead deadline now, instead of where we have kind of been having to go to.
But that drop-dead deadline is only for staff members, and so that still takes approval by the city attorney and the city administrator for that to get through. So, and then process from my department.
So on that note, one cool thing that I was doing over there while during some of the presentations tonight is I was approving items to form. What the software allowed me to do that, so I could sit here during this meeting and basically multitask, as Alderman Fenton can attest to, us attorneys have to do sometimes. And again, that shows the benefit to this. So some of those things that would normally sit and fester, we can get done the moment they flow through the software. And Stan just approved them.
And this is really how easy it is. I can now approve them on my phone, which speeds up the process for us.
Does that speed Cody up, though?
So what I heard you say was attorneys commonly don't listen to what's being said. They're multitasking, doing other things. Is that true, Cody?
What did you say, Mayor?
Touche. Any other questions on the board? Hearing none,
Hang on.
Hey, speak up.
So Lisa, you think 6 days is not enough? Is that what I'm hearing? It's too little. In other words, you need more time to be able to get the agenda out by Thursday before the meeting.
I'm just saying there's no deadline except 24 hours to have a meeting posted. That's by law. So Sunshine requires us to have it posted by Monday.
Right.
There is no other requirement in code or by statute that has that gap, to fill that gap. So we can push up to 24 hours. We can push till Friday, we can push to Monday, we can push to whenever. I'm just saying that just be aware, when those agendas come out on a Thursday, or Friday, or Monday, we're pushing past those deadlines to get things done. We can push up till Monday.
I know we're allowed to, but I think we've been accustomed to getting our agendas on Thursdays, so the community and the board has a chance to look at the documents. So maybe we go with this, and if we start seeing that we don't have enough time to get this posted on Thursday, we'll readdress. Because I think that's important to get the word out.
I just want to make sure that we reiterate that you would like the meeting posted on Thursdays. But that only closes for the staff, approval by city attorney and city administrator from noon on Wednesday until until that has to be done, and then I get it to post it and get it out to you. So.
Yeah, any board comments, the importance of having this posted on Thursdays?
Oh, no, I just wanted to ask, no opinion either way, but what is the reason that we would take this from 12 to 6? Is there an advantage or disadvantage to it, or what is the necessity of it?
We were asked by board members, including the mayor, to try to bring this more in line with reality of what is occurring in society now.
I got you.
The way it stands right now with the 12 days, if I'm not mistaken, I may be off a day, but this is a Tuesday meeting. Thursday, they would have to have next week's agenda.
Right.
And that's correct, but I didn't get agenda items until Friday, after last Thursday, a week late. So we still push it.
Yeah.
And that made my agenda go out on Friday. I just want you to know that I'm putting out the agenda as soon as I get it. And so if you don't get it until Friday or Monday, it's held up from the public and you, because we're pushing deadlines.
So how important is it for the board to have our agendas posted on Thursdays?
For me, it's usually Saturday or Sunday before I even look at it, so.
Real quick, can I level set this, Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
The ordinance that's before the board right now has nothing to do with when the agenda is posted. All it has to do is a change that says that the agenda shall be delivered to the city administrator instead of 12 days, 6 days prior to the meeting. There's another change that says that we just added a tail in compliance with state law. We haven't touched any of that internal operations with regards to when it gets posted, how it gets posted. All this is literally doing is saying that and I'm going to pick on our finance director, if our finance director needs something on an agenda, she doesn't have to get it to stand 12 days prior. She can get it 6 days prior. Reason for that is the turnaround time for me to approve it is real time. The system sends me an email, okay? If she does this at 3 o'clock in the morning and it snakes its way through the process, at some point I will get an email saying it's ready for me to review. I literally log in, I look at it, make any appropriate changes. If substantive changes need to be made, I send it back to the director. Otherwise, I sign off on it. That's my little digital signature at the bottom, and then I send it to Stan. So normally there would be paper flowing through the city to make that happen. That's been eliminated. So again, that's why that piece is getting compressed.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just listening to the city clerk's opinions on getting the approval from you, the approval from Stan, getting it all ready, that in this one example, we already pushed from a Thursday to a Friday. I would sure like to see the agendas on Thursday. So again, what I'm going to suggest is approve this, let's see how it goes, and
I think I agree with Attorney LeBecq that the date that he's talking about and that's in here is doesn't matter. I think what I'm concerned with, and I believe the most important date, is what goes out to our public for transparency, and they have time for review. And so that's where I am saying that clearly to try to get that out and posted so that we're not up against not any review time. And so this does not affect that. No, but it could push it. So I basically would like, I thought it was worthy of a discussion that we would like the agenda still to go out on
Yeah.
Thursdays, because this could easily push it to 24 hours ahead, because that's all we have to do by law.
Yeah, so for clarity, we'll do this 6 days. If we see that we're running into, I'm going to tell you, if we're running into Fridays, we'll bring this back up and address it.
I would say that you need it to add to your code to make a deadline when you want it out to the public. It's not this that does, this doesn't make it go out to the public.
And that's my point.
That's
Mayor,
why
is-
this is not, that's why I said this is not what is causing it to get out to the public. This doesn't do that, except it just pushes us. But there's nothing to force us to get out to public except for 24 hours ahead of time.
I mean, to do what you're suggesting, Mayor, in our code would require somebody to make a motion to amend this ordinance here tonight or bring before the board another code change later on to address that specific.
Addressing that Thursday posting.
Yeah, and just to level set, state law only requires that we post a quote-unquote tentative agenda 24 hours prior. And I know that's against the transparency that you're wanting to try to instill in this city, but again, that's the minimum. That is the absolute minimum.
Yeah, and I'd prefer we don't do the minimum agendas. I would like to see this on Thursdays. If there's an issue, I'd like to bring this back up.
Yeah, 99% of the time, it is always on Thursdays. This time, in this instance, we had a family issue that caused us to have to utilize a different counsel, and so we had to send the item to another attorney to get it approved, and that's what
Yeah.
caused it to go to Friday.
Real simple, Mr. Mayor, my mom passed on Friday due to COVID complications. As a result of that, we had to leverage outside counsel to get a last-minute change done on the meeting tonight.
Chris, I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, okay.
Thursday is 99.9% of the time, and if there's something, I'll let you know.
When you say 99%, the math says we've already missed one, which means the next 99 agendas
We'll be there.
will be on Thursdays. Okay, let's vote.
Motion carried 6-0.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
deepest sympathy from our board to you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We've all lost them, and it's tough. It's very, very tough, and we're very sorry.
Yeah.
Your Honor, the next item is the first reading Bill Number 6083, an ordinance approving the renewal of the contract with Capital Solutions Consulting for professional lobbying services and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading Bill Number 6083.
We have a motion, a second, and staff report from Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you recall, I think it was last board meeting, we went through some legislative priorities. We really tried to pare those down for our lobbying group to address with our state legislature. Capital Solutions Consulting is that lobbying group. We're in the third year of our contract with them, and we're asking you to continue that so that they can go help the city in advocacy for those 5 very important issues that you all decided by resolution last time. So we recommend approval. We think Brian does a really fantastic job on behalf of the city, and he gets us access not only to our own state reps, but also the state reps and senators from other districts. So we recommend approval on this one.
Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the board except Alderman Skanes?
No.
Alderman Skanes, did you have anything?
This is all free, I know.
Oh, no, that's a not to exceed 25,000, so services are not cheap.
I'm sold.
Let's vote.
That motion carried 6-0.
Thank you, Chris.
Your Honor, this next item is the first reading of Bill Number 6084, an ordinance accepting the proposal of Site 1 landscape supply for agricultural supplies and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6084.
We have a motion and a second. We'll hear from Cindy.
Mr. Mayor, members of the board, 2 qualifying bids were received on September 28, 2021 for the purchase of agricultural and maintenance supplies such as grass seed, fertilizer, chemicals, field marking paint, weed control, mound clay, and field conditioner for a period of 1 year, 2022, for city properties, parks, and athletic fields, and that would include all the city departments, mostly Parks, Public Works, and Utilities. The following contract is a contract for Site 1 landscaping with a total not to exceed the amount of $50,389. The amount is based on past usage and can be lowered or adjusted to meet budget constraints or lower budget needs. The bid items meet city specifications, are within the budget. Funds are budgeted in the proposed 2022 operating budget. Staff recommends approval of the bill. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carries 6-0.
Thank you, Cindy.
Your Honor, the next item is first reading of Bill Number 6085, an ordinance amending a site lease agreement with T-Mobile Central LLC to co-locate cellular communications equipment on Landmark Water Tower and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6085. We have a motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the board? After we get a staff report from Chad.
It's been a long night, Mayor, members of the board. This item deals with water towers and co-locating cellular communications. T-Mobile currently utilizes leased space on the city's Landmark Water Tower for cellular communications equipment. T-Mobile approached the city and would like to acquire additional ground space to install a generator at this location. I want to give you a brief overview of what cellular communication co-location is. So in terms of co-location, in this context, it's a structure that is used to mount or deploy mobile telecommunications antennas belonging to more than one wireless service provider. Actually, it doesn't have to be more than one technically, but in this case it is. We've got, I believe, 4 on that water tower. So in our case, we use water towers is what we've got several agreements with. The revenue generates anywhere from $40,000 to $50,000 annually per co-location agreement. Again, one tower can have several agreements. The agreements are typically longer term, often 15 to 20 years or more, sometimes 30 years. And they include language to enable the city to perform necessary maintenance of the structures. So in this case, again, Landmark Water Tower, for those of you that don't know, is right here. So you've got 76 and 165 right here. And that's a picture of the tower, and you can see, I can't tell you exactly which carrier this is, but you've got, for example, T-Mobile and maybe Verizon here, and on top you might have AT&T or some other carrier. So in this contract, again, they requested to modify it to add a generator. To be completely candid, I was very surprised they didn't have one already. So when they approached us, these contracts were executed years ago, and I assumed that they already had one. So in this case, it's a small amount of ground space, about 5 foot by 11 foot concrete pad. We've negotiated, pending your approval, a $300 monthly increase to this agreement. All the other terms of the contract stay the same, and this particular agreement includes a 4% annual escalator. And you can see the current rate is just over $3,300 per month, or $40,400 annually. And of course, it'll just increase to around $44,000 annually. And last slide for you, I just wanted to give you an idea of the other agreements that we have in place and the kind of revenue that we're generating off of those. I'm happy to answer any other questions. Staff recommends approval. Oh, I'm sorry, would want to point out, we did take this to the Finance Committee. They did review it and provide their recommendation. Thank you.
I have a question for.
Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the board? Alderman Denham.
How many companies can locate on one tower?
It's a good question. And I can't say the exact number because every single agreement that comes through, every request is slightly different. I can tell you that we send this through a very specific and process internally, and we have any director that might have anything to do with this signs off on an internal document to make sure everybody's kept in the loop. And part of that process, our engineering department and of course Kendall specifically and his team review this from an engineering perspective to make sure that it meets all of our specifications. And it's not uncommon to go back and forth to say, hey, we need you to use this type of attachment equipment, or you need to do x-rays on the structure to make sure it's safe to put the equipment, but Kendall would have to speak to that. So I don't have an exact answer for you, but I can tell you up to 4 is what we have.
Okay, and these are 5G?
They can be. 5G is a very convoluted term in the industry. It means many different things depending on what carrier you're talking to. But these can include 5G, just not certain flavors of 5G. The fastest flavor of 5G requires light poles or some other structure because they have a very short distance. And so these are more longer term distance type things.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board?
Also, and I'll bow to your technology over my brain, but in the future, is there any way to get special deals on city-owned phones with any of these companies as part of the deal?
Typically,
I think
no.
you've stumped him, my
The
friend.
reason I say no is you don't, never say never, right? For one, we get a very attractive rate through Verizon for our devices. We actually don't pay for any of the devices that you guys use, any assigned phones. Phones, not iPads. We do pay for the iPads. We get those as part of a federal contract with Verizon that we piggyback off of. We pay around $39 and change. Well, there's some taxes and fees on that. $45 a month per line, which if you've looked at your rates, that's pretty aggressive. That being said, we don't speak directly with Verizon or AT&T or anyone. They always have a third party that you deal with to negotiate these contracts. And so
My simple brain's just looking for ways to save money, so you're good.
it's a great question.
Like the way you think. Jamie, I have a question. This is just a little bit north of $400,000 a year. What account does these funds go into?
General fund.
Goes into general fund?
Yes, sir. General
Okay.
fund revenues.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board?
That's a lot of nice income off of something that's just already sitting there anyhow. That's pretty cool.
We could just send that right over to IT if you could talk Jamie into it. That'd be awesome.
See if they put one on my theater.
What's the tallest point of the Clay Cooper Theater?
Trust me, I think I could get a few up there.
Are there any sensible questions from the audience?
Hearing none.
Hearing none, let's vote.
Sensible.
Clay builds a water tower next week.
That motion carries 6-0. Your Honor, the next item is first reading Bill Number 6086, an ordinance approving the contract with CenturyLink for voice access services and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading Bill Number 6086.
We have a motion and a second, and we'll get a staff report from Chad.
This is the last item I have on the agenda board. Thank you for your time. It's been a long night. This agreement is with CenturyLink Communications. CenturyLink is I would consider the dominant telco in the area, and we utilize them for many of our services. The contract includes local lines, radio loops, and other necessary telecommunication services that we use. CenturyLink has been deemed sole source vendor as the area's only incumbent local exchange carrier, or ILEC, provider of these communication services. The contract is for a 3-year term, which enables the city to get improved pricing from the vendor. The estimated contract cost is $96,000, again, over 3 years. That is budgeted annually. Funds are included in the proposed 2022 budget appropriations for the first year. Staff recommends approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
Your Honor, that carried 5-0, and Alderman Fenton is not present at this moment, so we're missing him as absent.
It's okay.
I know, just so we know why we have 5-0.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, the next item is first reading of Bill Number 6087, an ordinance approving the contract with American Fidelity for supplemental insurance, Section 125, FSA and HSA administration for city employees, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6087.
We have a motion and a second. And Jan, I see you have, this will be the Jan Fisher show. You have about 5 or 6 items.
I do. I've got the next, this and the following 5.
And Stan, this is what we were talking about earlier about consolidating these.
Yes, we're looking into being able to consolidate items such as this that are grouped together so we can make it a little more convenient for you.
Thank you. So we'll get a staff report from Jan.
Okay, Mayor, members of the board, all of these items, all 6 of these items have been to the Human Resources Committee and are being recommended by the Human Resources Committee. The first one being the agreement with American Fidelity. That's kind of our foundational piece because they handle the employee online enrollment, they handle the FSA, the HSA accounts and things like that. And they do those things at no cost to the city. The one thing that they do charge for is their individual insurance policies like cancer, disability, things like that, to where the employee pays that coverage. This is, like I said, an important function for us in as much the online enrollment part is a major piece for us that they provide at no additional cost. I'll answer any questions, and staff recommends approval.
Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
Our clerk stepped out momentarily. I don't know how to do her job, Mayor, so I'm not sure what we'll have to do here.
Holding.
Is it time for a break?
It's a great idea.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do a 6-minute break. Thank you, Jan. I'm trying to get some attention up here. Pay attention to me.
Get that on the. That stuff right here, I can hear that. There you go.
Call this meeting back to order. I believe we were on the vote, Madam Clerk.
Ready to vote?
Are we there?
We are there.
Bill, you didn't vote. Jamie, did you vote?
Oh, I gotta reset. I'm sorry. It timed out after 6 minutes.
That motion carries 6-0. Your Honor, the next item is first reading of Bill Number 6088, an ordinance approving the contract with Anthem for medical insurance for City of Branson employees and elected officials, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6088.
We have a motion and a second, and staff report from Jan.
Mayor, members of the board, again, we are choosing to go with Anthem for our medical insurance coverage for 2022. We, again, have 3 different plans. We've got 2 PPO plans and 1 HSA plan. However, the base plan, we determined that we were going to increase the employee deductible on that from $500 to $1,000. Now, we did that with the understanding that for next year's budget, we were going to budget flat for our insurance renewal, and with that savings in the lower premium, we should save somewhere in the neighborhood of $100,000 on overall cost for that. And I will be working with other staff in the near future to come up with a methodology for setting that money aside so that we can become fully self-insured in the not-too-distant future and have that as kind of a bank for us to rely on some of those initial funds when we get started with it. Again, we've got a $0 deductible plan, a $1,000 deductible plan, and those are both PPO plans, and a $3,000 deductible HSA plan. And staff recommends approval, and I'll answer any questions.
Are there any questions from anybody in the audience? Any questions or comments from the board?
Just try to hit on something real quick. I think it needs to be discussed that there's a savings, was it of $12 to $25? Is it per pay period or per month by undergoing this first recommendation?
It's going to be per month.
Per month, okay. And they have the ability to recover that extra amount through the cafeteria plan and through this?
If employees exercise the ability to use the flexible spending accounts with the deductible, with the $0 deductible or the $1,000 deductible, at that point, they can save a significant amount of money in tax dollars because that money goes in pre-tax.
So so there will be the buy-up $0 deductible, and then the $1,000 deductible now, and then an HSA plan?
Yes, sir.
Those would be the 3 options?
Yeah.
Jamie, I have a question. A component of us approving this was, as Jen mentioned, it's estimated we'll save about $100,000. The intent of the HR committee, as I recall, was approving this, that $100,000 savings, having that set aside, allow that account to build up. When the account builds up to a point where we feel comfortable going self-insured, we'll have those funds. When we go self-insured, we're in control of our own destiny. Premiums for employees would go down, cost of the city would go down. Question is, how can we ensure that this money gets set aside and is not reached into?
Well, that is a good question, because the general fund is an unrestricted fund. So if there's $100,000 saving at the end of the year, if that's a true $100,000 savings, what that's going to do is drop into the fund balance reserve. The only way to take that and include it as a true amount that we're letting build up is to roll it over into a separate fund that's set aside specifically for that. So what we'd have to do is we'd have to wait until the end of the year. We'd have to calculate that against the budget dollars. Then we have to assume the saving, similar to the way we do like the Parks and Rec, when they have the savings, we roll it over into the internal service fund. But because the general fund is an unrestricted fund, you just can't earmark at that and grab those and say, that's savings and we're going to use those in the future, because it doesn't work that way. But it can work that way if, after the audit is done, after the audit from, we'll call it 2021 or 2022 is done, what you can do is we can calculate the actual savings, bring it before y'all, and then we'll have to just move those monies over to a specified fund that we've established to set up. I mean, there's ways to do it. It's not as easy as saying we're going to claim these dollars because we think there's savings. It's just a little bit trickier, but it's doable.
The board members that are on HR, was that your understanding it was important to the committee for these monies to be used for the purpose of getting us to self-funded?
Yeah, and the issue that we have with that is you can't bind future boards from making separate decisions. We can make very, very strong recommendations, and I think we need to make a very strong recommendation.
So you'll help us go head down that road?
Sure, and that's why we have to wait until after we have those actualized savings, and then we'll bring it before you, similar to the way we've done the internal service funds. Here's what we want to do. As this calculation shows the actual savings, we want to transfer from this fund to help build this fund up. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. Yep, go ahead.
On the cost to the employee for the, so you're saying for the plan that would have the $1,000 deductible, the premium cost per month will actually go down around $25 a month?
Somewhere in that neighborhood.
On
yeah.
average. Yeah. The cost of the buy-up plan, how does that premium change? And then
It will go up about $25 a month.
Okay, so it's offset there.
Yeah.
And then the amount contributed to the HSA, is that?
It will drop about $15 to $20 a month. It depends on your level of participation.
Okay.
So that's where all of those different changes, that's where we realize that $100,000 savings.
Well, it was the best case scenario that we could look at.
I'm sorry, what was
It was
that?
the best case scenario we could look at for the employee.
Yeah, the reality is, as we laid it all out, this was going to be the easiest avenue to move forward with getting us to that point of being self-funded. Because, the thing about it is, at that point, whenever we go self-funding, we aren't dealing with built-in profits and things like that. And then we are realizing things like pharmaceutical rebates and things. So we have the opportunity to really make a huge impact on what costs will be in the future. No telling what the future increases will be, so at least we can offset those significantly in the future.
Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
The motion carries 6-0. Your Honor, the next item is the first reading Bill number 6089, an ordinance approving the City of Branson's employer-employee costs for 2022 medical, dental, and life insurance coverages and the city's contributions to employee health savings accounts. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading Bill number 6089.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report from Jan, please.
Mayor, members of the board, in the details of the ordinance of the exhibits, I detailed what the cost would be per employee, per group with respect to the insurance coverages they choose. It reflects our standard methodology that those that are on Tier 1, the employee-only portion is paid for 100% by the employer at the base plan level and at the HSA level. And to that extent, each tier level adds an additional cost to the employee, whether or not they participate in the wellness plan, to what degree and such. And in that respect, the dependent coverage remains the same at 67.25% of the dependent costs will be covered by the city. Again, the details are laid out in the ordinance exhibits. I'll answer any questions, and staff recommends approval.
Any questions from members in the audience? Questions, comments from the board? I'm looking at the ordinance, and it's an amount not to exceed $3.7 million.
Yes, sir.
No questions from the board? Let's vote.
That motion carries 6-0. Your Honor, the next item is the first reading Bill number 6090, an ordinance approving the contract with Anthem for life insurance for City of Branson employees and elected officials and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading Bill number 6090.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report from Jan, please.
Mayor, members of the board, we're kind of staying with that Anthem theme. We will realize a little bit of an increase for 2022. The primary driver behind that is the top end of the salaries covered under life insurance goes up to $150,000. So currently it's set at $100,000. So we will see an incremental tick up, but it's not going to be anything of any significance. Other than that, all of the basic requirements are going to remain the same. It's a group policy. Employees, upon termination of employment, can take it with them if they so choose and things like that. So staff recommends approval, and I'll answer any questions.
Are there any questions from members of the audience? Any questions from members of the board?
How does this apply to the board?
The board, it was put into place prior to the last election. So a current sitting board cannot vote itself new benefits. So the past board applied these benefits to this board. So this board is covered with a minimum of $25,000 in life insurance coverage.
I just need to be said. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carries 6-0. Your Honor, the next item is the first reading Bill number 6091, an ordinance approving the contract with Dental for dental insurance for City of Branson employees and elected officials and authorize the mayor to execute the contract. Floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading Bill number 6091.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report from Jan.
Mayor, members of the board, this is the ongoing relationship that we've got with Delta Dental. At the conclusion of this contract, we will have spent 6 consecutive years with no price increase. I'll answer any questions, and staff recommends approval.
Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
The motion carries 6-0. Your Your Honor, the next item is first reading of Bill Number 6092, an ordinance approving the contract with Delta Vision for vision insurance for City of Branson employees and elected officials, and authorize the mayor to execute the contract. Floor is open for a motion approving the first reading of Bill Number 6092.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report from Jan.
Mayor, members of the board, this one kind of ties back a little bit to our medical insurance plan, simply because under our medical insurance plan, the vision exam itself is covered under medical insurance. So as such, our vision plan doesn't have to cover the examination. Again, this is another one that's tied with Delta Dental. This, at the conclusion of this agreement, we will have spent 4 consecutive years at no increase in cost. I'll answer any questions. Staff recommends approval.
Any questions from members in the audience? Questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
Your Honor, that motion carried 6-0.
Jan, thank you very much.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 6093, an ordinance amending the adopted 2020 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies and various funds to give a stipend of 10% for public safety fund employees and 5% for all other city employees. Floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6093.
We have a motion to second, a staff report from Jamie.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. This comes as a result of some of the options that we gave at the last Finance Committee, and I believe most of you attended there. And we presented 3 options with the ARPA funds that we have already received, the $1,173,000. And the option that was chosen is to stay with the recommended 2022 balanced budget, but give 5% stipend to all employees and 10% to the public safety employees. So that's what this is doing right here. As you can see, by doing that, it'll be about $1,176,000, so we're about a $3,000 overage there, which we will assume. So we are recommending approval of this bill, and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Jamie. Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the board?
This is for this year and next year, is that right?
Yes.
Tonight, this one is for this year. So what we said is, like, next year when we get the money, it may be the same time, but we're being told we may get it a little bit sooner than we did this year. But what we'll have to do is we'll have to bring it back before that current board and ask the same thing. The intent is yes, but we cannot bind next year's board for that. So we'll do the same process next year.
And Jimmy, my understanding is with these stipends, these are for the current employees, and anybody that we hire up until the stipend is paid out in 2022. Is that correct?
Well, so for this one tonight, if we do a double read on it and prove it, so anybody that's a full-time employee as of tonight will get this. So for next year, anybody who's a full-time employee, whenever it is approved, because we have to have a start date or a stop date at some point. So we're basing it on the approval from the board. If you're a full-time employee, at the approval of the board, that's when you'll get it. So essentially, you can say, if you want to look at it that way, if you want to say that we can incentivize or it's an incentive, they would have to still be here next year when we got the money and brought it before the board. Does that make sense?
It does. I think the question revolves around recruitment.
Okay.
Filling our open positions and helping recruit for police and fire.
Okay.
So will they be able to use, will police and fire be able to use this as an incentive to recruit new firemen and policemen?
Well, the only way is because I cannot tell what your decision next year is going to be when this money comes.
Okay, take a stab. Just kidding.
What'd you say?
Take a stab at what
Well,
we'll
that
say.
is a scary thought. So
That is a scary
I'm going to
thought.
let y'all make that decision. But because we don't have the money that we're getting next year, I would hate to say we are going to use it in this manner. Does that make sense?
Let me help you take that stab. The money that will be available, that the chief of police sitting there and our fire chief sitting back up there can say, and I honestly don't know where you are in the hiring process right now with any of the officers, but what they can say, I would be surprised if you had anybody before January 1. January 1, they can say, if we hire you and you make it through your probationary period, which is 6 months, we believe that the Board of Aldermen will be approving a second stimulus, a second stipend, I should say, which will be this amount of money, which is 10% of your salary.
Stan, in our meeting the other day, I mean, I might have misunderstood, but I thought you had said that even the unfilled positions that are vacant right now, that those people coming in would have that same increase from the stipend.
They will starting January 1. We aren't going to hire anybody that I'm aware of.
Oh, as of January 1, that is the case?
Yes, yeah. This year is almost done.
Right.
So January 1, when that new money comes available, but we can't say what you all will do. But I feel confident that you all will approve this same stipend next year.
So if somebody's hired in as a cop January 20th, and the starting salary is blah, blah, 40,000 or whatever it is, 35,000, then that 10% would automatically go to that on top of that?
Every employee that is on staff.
We can guarantee that, or that's going to be something that?
I can't, but you can.
Okay,
Yeah.
right.
It'll be when the funds come in, and then the board will have to approve it.
Yeah, so we'll just approve it again because we don't have that money right now. So we'll bring it back before you. When we do get it, we'll go through this same process in this conversation. But if they're a full-time employee, at the time we bring it back before y'all, whenever we get it, next year, they will be eligible.
And that also translates into, we have a relatively short fuse of what to do after 2022.
That's right.
I would strongly recommend for us to start working on that chop.
Really appreciate that. Yes, sir.
I would say let's have discussions first quarter of '22.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yes,
Agreed?
agree.
Okay.
$20 for us per meeting now?
How much?
I can't speak to that. That's about what's up to y'all.
No. Okay, no further questions or comments? Hearing none, let's vote.
And we need to have a second reading.
Who's doing these?
Cody's a good, where is it?
That carried 6-0.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Yeah.
This was the ordinance that I had to wait till Friday to get posted, and I felt it was important enough to do that. That's why.
Thank you very much.
We are asking for a double read tonight.
Yes, we are. So we need a motion from an alderman.
Your Honor, I move to read Bill number 6093 for its final reading due to the timing.
We need
So we need a motion. So we have a motion. We need a second.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second.
Second. Thank you.
That woke me up.
Sorry, that was me.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any questions or comments from the audience? Any questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, let's vote. We're voting on approving a second reading.
That motion carried 6-0.
Madam Clerk, would you please provide the introduction?
Your Honor, this is the final reading of Bill Number 6093, an ordinance amending the adopted 2021 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies in various funds to give a stipend 10% for public safety fund employees and 5% for all other city employees. Floor is open for a motion to approve the final reading of Bill Number 6093.
We have a motion and a second. Do we do another staff report? Just say ditto?
It's up to y'all.
Do we have the same questions from the audience as we had on the first? Any questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote. We're voting on the final reading of this ordinance.
The motion carried 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie.
Yeah, really.
Your Honor, the next item is appointments. This appointment process is in accordance with the board and committee appointment procedure for Category 2 appointments made by a governing body. The floor is open for a motion to approve the following applicants. Stan Helton, appointment to the Industrial Development Authority Board, replacing Mike Davis with term expiring December 2026.
So move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Excuse me.
Hearing none, I will call for a voice vote, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? That passed 6-0. Your Honor, the next item is appointments. The appointment process is in accordance with the board and committee appointments procedure for Category 3 appointments made by Mayor and Board of Aldermen. The floor is open for a motion to vote on the following applicant. Kyle David, appointment to the Human Resources Committee to fill the unexpired term of Arlie Appler until April 2022.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Call for a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And Mary, you get a vote, that's why on that.
Aye, 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 aye.
I am
All
the
opposed, same sign.
Tito.
Ayes have it.
That carried 7-0. Your Honor, the next item is disbursements. The floor is open for a motion to acknowledge receipt of disbursements from October 1st, 2021 through October 22nd, 2021.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, let's vote.
The motion carried 6-0.
We will now move on to our alderman reports, and we'll start off with Alderman Denham.
A big happy thank you to all our veterans. Just want to say that this is a fantastic Veterans Week that the city of Branson, taking place in the city of Branson. I just wanted to say I attended a show at the Mansion Theater, and I just wanted to say that the Ozark Mountain Christmas is surely being felt. It feels like a few years ago right now. The theater, there were so many people at the theater, the bus parking was full, the lights were all lit, and it felt wonderful. So I just want to say thank you to everybody who's participating in this and decorating and getting everybody in the mood. Thank you for the decorations here at the city. I know, Cheryl, you're here and you're overseeing that. I believe it looks really beautiful. The Freedom Journey Show is at the Old Tony Orlando Theater. We're going to be going on Veterans Day night. So if you haven't had the opportunity to go, It's supposed to be a fantastic production. I'm looking forward to that. And then lastly, I just wanted to thank staff for the report I requested regarding fee waivers that have been issued from January 2019 to current. Just a couple of comments, because no dates were included. So regarding the waivers for the MHDC, it stated that the approval came from the Board of Aldermen, but I didn't see a date, and I would just like to know if that's reflected in minutes and what date that might be. And also, I heard from a few constituents that there may be other waivers that may not have been included in the report, so just a double check on to see if maybe we've missed anything. Thank you, that's it.
Alderman Gaines.
My report is I'm tired and tired, as they say. I just want to direct this back at Chris again. My deepest sympathy from this board to your family for your loss. You've been very, very dedicated, and we're very, very sorry. Very sorry.
Alderman Cooper.
Yeah, I was going to talk about the veterans thing as well. We had, a few years ago when Tony Orlando retired, he kind of passed the torch on to me, and we took that big annual vet show over at our theater, and it was fantastic. We had a packed house and veterans everywhere, and Mickey Gilley came over and sang a few songs, and I had Junior Brown and Pierce Arrow, and it's been awesome this whole week. You can just tell a different vibe in town. When you look out into the crowd and all these guys are wearing their veterans vest and their patches and their hats, and you look out there and there's tears and emotion and smiling. It's just a great feeling to see all the veterans in town and see how much they're appreciated. And I just want to say Happy Veterans Day to all of our veterans.
Very nice. Alderman Fenton.
Yeah, this is, what a great week in Branson. And so just to reiterate what's already been said, thank you to our veterans. Glad we're able to celebrate you and show you the appreciation you deserve. And then to just say ditto to what Alderman Gaines said, Chris.
Alderman Whitus.
I'll stay on the veterans theme, just appreciate them, and happy Veterans Day. I've spent a lot of time this week just walking the sidewalks at Tanger, and when I see those vests or those hats, I thank them for their contributions. And so there's been a lot of them here this week. It's great. Also, congratulations in a way to the Finance Department. We had a wonderful S&P rating, final report, which is very good. It's great to get that rating restored where it used to be. That was sent the report out. It was a good read. So thank you for the Finance Committee. And Joel, good luck to you in your future endeavor. I am trying to get Michael Pinkley to work with me to purchase some land for a golf course, so maybe we can get in touch with you later. But just wish you the best of luck and thank you for what you've done. And Chris, my condolences to you, sir.
I won't get very far, so I'm going to pass it to Stan.
No report, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I wanted to start off by sharing with Chris that in our hearts and prayers, I was honored and blessed and humbled this week welcoming our veterans to Branson. It is truly an honor to stand in front of that group and show our appreciation. Anybody out there listening, it's not too late. I'd like to pass the word that when you see the veterans in their vest or their hat, just take a quick moment and thank them for their service. I know firsthand how much that means to them. Next year, maybe would like to get a head start of communicating with the community. I know not too many years ago, I drive down the strip and many of the hotels and that would have on their marquees, welcome veterans. I don't see that many. It may be a gentle reminder I do think Branson is poised to stake a flag in the ground of claiming Branson is America's most friendly veteran city. In fact, I've already said that a couple times to some of the vets I've met and told them that Branson is most veteran city in the nation. Huge applause. I think they know it, they feel it. It's such an honor to welcome them. I don't have anything else. So, take a motion. Oh, the next item is to adjourn into executive session. The floor is open for a motion.
I move to go into closed executive session pursuant to 610.021.1 RSMO for litigation.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We're voting.
The motion carried 6-0.
Excuse me.
The next item on the agenda, I don't think will take much discussion. Looking for a motion to adjourn the Board of Aldermen meeting.
Get her done.
We have a get her done and a yep. All in favor? All in favor, a giddy up?
Yep.
We have to vote? Vote. Okay. Motion's carried. Thank you very much.